Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are here. I am with Steve. We are ready for the week 4 recap, and all kinds of things happened. Didn't like absolutely. It was awful and great at the same time. Uh, so many rookies broke out like they should, and earlier than we expected,
Mhm.
and then we had terrible news with several players. Like more than just the two that are out for the season, like multiple missing several weeks. So we'll get into all that as we get to these games. So are you ready to jump in?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Been definitely a crazy week, like you said, and a lot to talk about for sure.
All right. So we are starting with the Thursday night game as usual. Seattle versus the Arizona Cardinals. And this turned out to be a decent game. I,
Mhm.
I had a hard time watching it. I wasn't super entertained, but like it ended up at the end kind of becoming a good game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Seattle was clearly the better team, the more dominant team. They just kind of let the Cardinals hang around,
Yeah.
and then the Cardinals, made it close at the end. And if not for a bad kickoff, we can get into the rule whether you want to or not. But this could have easily gone into overtime. Um, so Seattle start there. Like Seattle, Sam Darnold is looking really good, and
Oh yeah, he really is.
this was also a game where JSN had definitely had some nice catches, but it was not like that he could just pepper him. Like Cardinals were finding a way to take JSN kind of out of the game, and Darnold just pivoted. Like Arroyo had some nice catches, Barner a touchdown. Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet was a 1-2 split, basically a split down the line.
Yep.
Walker's Charbonnet got the touchdown. Walker's a more explosive guy.
Charbonnet got two, didn't he?
It was two. This game's so long ago, I can't even
Yeah,
remember
it
some of the
was
stats.
two with like 0 yards, if I remember
Yeah.
right. We'll look up here.
No,
No, it was
just the
just one.
one. Yeah.
Okay.
Because they had to settle for field goals.
Yeah.
But
Oh, that's what I think they gave it to him on the goal line
and
another
he,
time.
yeah, I
Yeah,
think you're right.
that's right.
Um, but Horton got open. Like Seattle's a fun offense. Their offensive line still some issues. Um,
Yeah.
Like big time fantasy wise, like Walker and Charbonnet were okay. JSN was okay, nothing crazy, but honestly, like across the board, like I like what I've seen from Cup. I like what I've seen just from the way this offense is being called. They did have to settle for a couple field goals and didn't put the Cardinals away when they probably could have. But overall, I think Seattle is a strong team and they're going to be very competitive, fighting for a playoff spot this year for sure. On the flip
Yeah.
side,
And so AJ Barner actually looked pretty good. And they started so pre-draft they were talking, or post-draft they were talking about Elijah Arroyo, wanted to
mhm,
use him in the DK Metcalf role, and I think we've seen the beginning of that this week.
yeah,
Like he did get on the field quite a bit more. uh, you knew they wanted to be a 12 personnel team, but they
mhm.
sent him deep reasonably often,
Oh
and
yeah,
Darnold gave him some chances, like some jump balls.
and he had a red zone target as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
very promising for his usage. I do think Robbie Oots was out of this game. I don't know if that's a
Yeah.
long term injury or not.
Yeah,
Um,
I know that he popped up on Tuesday as out.
yeah,
So,
yeah,
and it being out on Tuesday probably means multiple weeks. But I like you said, I don't have any information on that.
yeah. Because I do
Speaking,
think he helps their running game. But they actually still, I mean, Walker at least ran pretty well in this.
yeah, and speaking of injury, apparently Trey Benson is getting evaluated right now.
I missed that.
I just seen it a few minutes ago on Speak Index. We're taking it day by day with Trey Benson. We'll have the full injury report on Wednesday.
Oh,
So, so
that's
there
the
is,
last thing this team needs.
yeah, yeah, like Alvin Kamara to the
I mean, they
to
need
the
to get
Cardinals.
somebody, because this is the issue with the Cardinals is, Kyler. I think people dump on Kyler too much. I honestly don't like this offense. Like this
Yeah, no,
offensive scheme, this offensive system. Part of it is they just don't have enough playmakers, especially without Connor. But I just don't like the way this offense is run. I don't think they scheme up good touches. They don't get their guys. I mean, look, all the targets went to McBride and Harrison, right? And
right.
Harrison did get the touchdown to, like make up for some earlier miscues.
I mean, like, it was a hell of a redemption arc for
because
Harrison.
that interception, were both interceptions. At least one interception was totally Harrison's fault.
And then and then in the second half he started playing like he did at Ohio State. Like he has not played the way he played in college at the pros for the first entire year and 3 games. Like he would let the ball come to him. He wouldn't go attack the ball. If he starts attacking the ball like he's capable of, he's going to be a force.
Well, and this is the other thing with Harrison, and we even saw this last year where that one game, like it's second or third game of the year, is like a monster first half and then has just disappeared. Like he's very inconsistent. We saw this week 1 against the Saints also. It's like he cannot string 4 quarters together of just dominating. So yeah, but this is the problem with this team is, even if you're okay, and now Benson being injured, even if you're okay if Benson is backup, their second and third receivers are Dortch and Wilson. I mean, these guys, most teams would not be a 5th receiver.
I mean, I feel like before last night, the Cardinals were like the perfect landing spot for Tyreek. Like they're the exact team that needed him. Like they need somebody like him. And it's crazy that their offense is this boring to watch with, like, even with Connor, Harrison and McBride. Like it's way more boring to watch than the Niners are with Mac Jones and no receivers. Like I
agreed.
Like I don't understand how that's possible, but they're just not fun to watch. They get the job done enough. Their defense is solid. But they don't wow you in any single. They're the most average team at everything in the league. So Xavier Weaver is a guy I mentioned a couple times in the preseason stuff that he flashed, and if they have a speed guy on the roster that they want to do something with, it's going to be him. He did see the field quite often, like a lot more. He had 21% target or routes this week, or snaps, not routes. So out of 67, he had 14. He only got 1 target, but they were sending him deep. I think that
it was a deep shot. Yeah.
And they sent him deep quite often other than that. And I think that they started that. I'm not positive, but I believe that they did that a lot more in the second half when they kind of opened up Harrison a little bit. So I wonder if moving forward, if Weaver is going to start seeing the field a lot more over Dortch and Michael Wilson to try to take the top off, because that dude is fast.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean they need to do something, because Harrison and McBride are great intermediate options, but they just don't have anything vertical. Like Dortch can do a little like screen game stuff, but it's very limited. It's just extremely limited at this point. And yeah, they truly need to do something. And this is just another example: 289 combined total yards, not even counting the negative sack yardage. Like that is, I guarantee, outside of maybe the Bengals, probably the lowest on the slate, right? Like I can't imagine many teams were lower than that. And you brought up the 49ers with Mac Jones. Last week, that's who the Cardinals faced. And the 49ers with Mac Jones, and they did have Pearsall, but every other receiver is injured.
Yeah.
And no Kittle. It's just Pearsall and McCaffrey, and they had like almost 300 yards passing and 90 yards rushing themselves. So they're just, even that team is way better
I'm curious when we get to the Panthers what their total is. If you were to remove the 30 yards that Tommy Tremble got for free at the end of the half, I bet it's pretty close to this total though.
No, I mean there probably were a couple teams like them. Yeah. The Titans were bad.
The Titans.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying this a little tongue in cheek, but the point is, this is those other teams were pointing at like massive reasons of, the Panthers not having anyone but T-Mac, and the Titans rookie quarterback, backup quarterback last night for the Bengals, etc. We're talking Kyler Murray
in his seventh season.
Yeah, and also Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison. I mean, a top 5 receiver pick, a second round tight end. Like these are high investments, and they're good players. Like Marvin Harrison, you can quibble with and I know Neighbors is hurt, and of course Dunze is off to a good start. But I feel on just about any other team, again, there are some exceptions. There are some bad teams out there, but just about any other team, if Harrison was, and honestly, Kyler. And this is what I mean. Like, I think Kyler gets too much of the flack. Like, he's not a great quarterback. Don't get me wrong. But
I agree with you.
System is the issue. Like, if you put Marvin Harrison and Kyler under Andy Reid, you put them on the Chargers. Like, you just go down the line, and they would be so much more efficient, so much better. I feel like
I've said this the entire offseason, and I'm going to stick with it. The problem is their wide receiver too. Like. They by far there's 2 teams with by far the worst wide receiver 2s in the league, and it's them and the Jets, and then it's not even close after that. I mean, I know Leggett has not been good, but like that's supposed to be Coker, right? Like
at least Coker's coming back.
Maybe his that said, I just read through all coach speak. It said Leggett is day to day and Coker is still week to week. So that doesn't sound great. But we'll get to that later. But yeah, like this to me is 100% the GM's fault.
Yeah.
What offense are you trying to design when you have no speed? Like you just don't have any speed.
Mm-hmm.
Like Trey McBride is awesome. Marvin Harrison could be pretty good. But like when everything is going through them and they're always covered because nobody they can man the number 2 every time and then just run double over on that side, like wherever those 2 are. Like what?
And what's interesting is their entire offseason, their entire draft class was on defense. Every signing they made was essentially defense. Maybe they got one offensive lineman signing. I can't remember exactly, but they didn't add anything. And sure, they've used some high picks on like receiver, tight end. Even Trey Benson was second and third rounder last year. But they should have looked to add something. I mean, there were a lot of like cheap receivers that you could have signed for basically nothing that would have added to this team for sure.
You were talking about the high draft capital, like Trey Benson was a 3rd rounder, right?
Yeah.
So like, I mean, I know Connor got hurt and that but that's not the problem. The problem is them not being able to open up the run game because of the pass game.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I do think Connor the last couple of years has helped cover up the warts of this team.
He has.
And Benson, like you said, he had some high draft capital. If he's banged up, I mean, we're really, DeMarcado, I don't think is going to do it.
Yeah. So Gamble was a late swap Henry to Genty away from probably winning the Millie.
Wow.
Yeah, like he had the 1% digs. Him and I were both on Tommy Tremble. He pivoted off of Bryce and Tet. I did the 3-stack quite often. But yeah, he pivoted off of that. And I don't know if he went back and found out for sure if he would have won it, but he had a clear path to first if Kansas City didn't game script Henry out of the game, or if Jitty didn't end up smashing. But I'm pretty sure if he would have swapped, he would have ended up winning. So, no matter how you shake it, like that's still sharp. Like being that close is being sharp.
Oh yeah.
So, we were sweating that a little bit with him in my Discord. But yeah, you were talking about the Seattle offense. Like they're so much more fun to watch than I was expecting. Kenneth Walker's just fun. He's a fun player.
Yeah.
Okay, he would have ended up second.
That's still damn good.
Yeah. Yeah. So, because there was a lot of scoring at the end. I wouldn't have been able to not go back and look.
Yeah.
I would have had to known, for sure. But yeah, the Elijah Arroyo breakout, I do believe is coming. The Torrey Horton replacing Cooper Kupp to some extent, I think will come later in the season. But Kupp, they put him out there in the third down situations, and he's the second guy quite a bit that they look at. They know what they have with Kupp. Kupp's still a solid player. He's not what he was, but he is solid.
Mm-hmm.
And Darnold has been crazy efficient. And that offensive line isn't as good as that was part of my hesitancy to getting to a bunch of Darnold was the offensive line, and I was right, but the offensive line hasn't affected him as much as I expected either.
Yeah.
So next year, Sam Darnold, I'm going to assume they're going to attack offensive line a little bit because, to be honest, where are their holes?
Their defense is strong. Their weapons are good.
Yeah, wide receiver 2 and all offensive line. And that's not a knock on Horton. He's just not officially there yet, right?
Yeah.
But that is all I have here. Are you ready to move on to the next one? All right. So the next game is Minnesota Vikings and Pittsburgh Steelers. The very first game of all time going to Ireland, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I absolutely had this game wrong. I thought Minnesota was going to absolutely smash the game and Pittsburgh would be throwing from behind and J.K. Dobbins would go nuclear because Pittsburgh's defense hadn't been good. I've been on record saying I don't think Pittsburgh's that good. They should be 0-3 right now. They actually dominated this game, got their first deserved win, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but that defense looked really good. Yes, it was against Carson Wentz. Yes, it was against it was overseas, and those games are kind of weird sometimes. But let's talk about the usage first.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Naylor, 63%, with Adam Thielen down here at 16%, and Naylor getting all of those red zone targets. What are we?
It's pretty brutal.
it is brutal. I don't know. That's the one thing. Yeah, and we will get to Caleb Johnson because I was Caleb Johnson did end up with only 21% of the snaps being the number 2 back, with Kenneth Gainwell just becoming the lead back when Jalen Warren was a late scratch. DK Metcalf only 79% feels weird.
Well, I think some of that was at the end, when they were near the goal. I mean, they should have been trying to throw near the goal line in that fourth down. But they were running heavy packet, 3 tight ends,
So this number right here, this 53, is why I had a very hard time getting to many Steelers in the offseason. We knew that they were going to be low pace. This is very low pace. And it's a little different because a defensive score early in the game always, or a big play that sets you up, always just completely changes the outlook of how the game is played, right?
Yeah. And also DK having that 70-yard touch. I mean, that's that's a whole drive worth of plays,
Yeah. So like you add like take 5 away from this side and add 5 there. That's still low, right? Like if 58 is still a low number, 59
Yeah.
is still a low number. But we all know DK Metcalf can nuke when he needs to nuke, like, or not when he needs to, but he just can. And him running those crossers, that's a new route, and he's added a third route to his repertoire now. Like, good for him. But this was the Justin Jefferson game. Like, he was uncoverable pretty much. Like, he did cook them pretty much like the whole time. Wentz was kind of off here and there in the game. He missed a couple throws. Jordan Addison looked. I don't like. I want to say he looked right and good because I mean he was never hurt. But how does a linebacker catch you from like 10 yards back and without the angle? Like, wasn't Addison like a 4.38 or something?
I think he was like a 4.4, but yeah, I mean,
yeah, fast enough.
Some of it is Logan Wilson's fast. I mean, he's like a 4.5. Like he is super fast. And I think he did take a smart angle. Like,
oh yeah, he definitely did.
But like no, that was a huge play.
That was crazy. Like I could not believe. I was like, so Addison had that little misstep that kind of cost him some, but then like he had time to get back up to full speed and never really did. Like I wondered if he got hurt. Like, but then he played the rest of the game and it seemed fine. Yeah. So like, because that would be the only logical reason that Peyton Wilson could catch him. But okay, so go into Caleb Williams for a minute. I paid close attention and I might have missed it, but I'm fairly positive that every single snap he was in, they sent him out for a route and would not allow him to pass block. They either handed him the ball or sent him for a.
Oh, Caleb Johnson.
Johnson. Yeah, I said Williams. Yeah. I don't remember them leaving him back there to block a single time. I was watching for that. I think I would have noticed it. I could have missed it. But like if they did, it was like less than twice. Like it was definitely 2 or less times.
I think there might have been one that I recalled him blocking, but I might be wrong on that. Yeah, no, I guess so. What I'll say about the Caleb Johnson thing is, yes, like Kenneth Gainwell dominated touches, but he also earned them. Like it's not like he wasn't struggling, so why would they get away from him?
I mean, he was the number 3 RB on the slate.
Yeah,
or on the weekend.
Yeah, like he had a tremendous game. And I will say, I think Caleb Johnson ran pretty well. Like he had that one zone run for like 8, I think it was 9 yards. That boy, he had one guy. If he breaks that last tackle, he's gone.
That play. He did have a drop though as well.
Yeah,
but I mean, it wasn't the best throw.
No,
but Aaron Rodgers isn't going to admit that. So, like so. And this is the guy trying to make a name for himself. And this is their bye week. And Jaylen Warren probably, I assume he's going to be healthy. But we're like, this is still a rookie. Like we shouldn't be expecting these rookies to be out there starting like a lot of them are right now already. Like just because Caleb isn't doesn't mean that he can't take over later.
Well, and this is what I'd say, and I think in general, this is more like a Jaylen Warren concern, and maybe this becomes like what the Patriots or Washington are in their 3-man backfield. But I do think Caleb Johnson, like you said, coming off the bye, and as we talked before, it's not always like post-bye rookie bump. It's more second half of the year. Let's be honest.
Right.
And even a couple of years ago, even Jahmyr Gibbs' first-round pick, you look at his first 5 games, he did almost nothing. I mean, you remember that first game against the Lions and Chiefs that year, he was like an absolute zero.
Yeah.
It was when David Montgomery got hurt, he got an opportunity and he just literally ran with it.
it's
was,
not all like Kareem Hunt. Like Kareem Hunt
yeah,
opening a Monday night game, like I
yeah,
was like what 180 yards, 2 touch. It was something insane. Like
yeah,
not everybody's that. Like
yeah.
Genty wasn't,
No,
like
we just saw that with Genty and Hampton. Like it took
yeah.
them some time and
And,
etc.
yeah, and they've been in games for multiple weeks. Like Caleb Johnson didn't get any RB snaps the games that he was active, and then he bought like the botch is pretty bad for like getting trust, but
Yeah,
like that's the problem with him. Like they're gonna have to find they're gonna have to trust him to get into the kick return game again before he can really get on the field when Warren comes back. Like I think.
well, I guess that's what I wondered because both Warren and Gainwell could return kicks as well, and I would probably trust them more.
Right.
And did Warren kind of get Wally pipped here by Kenneth Gainwell? Like Kenneth Gainwell does the same things Warren does.
He
Uh,
does.
like he's known as a good blocking back. He's known as a good receiving back, and he showed that in this game. And he ran the ball a hell of a lot better than Warren has all year. Like Warren, I think is averaging like 3.2 yards a carry in
Yeah,
his 4 games.
I will say, like, so the thing that shocked me in this game more than anything is how good the Steelers offensive line hadn't looked good yet this year, but they looked
Yeah,
good against the Brian Flores defense. Like
yeah,
I
that
don't
was
I don't
surprising.
understand it. Like I don't know why that worked.
Yeah, no, I mean it.
Like
They definitely had their best game. It to me, it's chicken and egg. But also, I think Gainwell and Johnson ran pretty well. Like they definitely got everything that was getting blocked for him, which I don't think you could always say for Warren. Like he left some yards on the field in the first 3 weeks. I mean, he's a better receiving back, but there's just a reason why he never unseated Najee Harris also.
oh
Um,
yeah, for sure.
and I just think my guess is initially we'll see this like more of a 3-man backfield, and then maybe Caleb Johnson kind of takes over more and more. But Kenneth Gainwell, I think, earned a role going forward for sure. So
He did the same thing in Philadelphia pretty much. Like he was
yeah,
the only other person to touch the ball last year.
yep,
Um, and I mean, most of us love Shipley. Like, and Shipley looked good at the beginning of this year, but Gainwell
mhm.
kept him completely relegated to the bench last year.
Well,
So maybe Kenneth Gainwell is just good. And
and 2 years ago, remember the Eagles not only got Swift, but they had Rashard Penny, and Gainwell kept
yeah,
Penny on the inactive list
yeah.
because he could do all the little things.
And the coaches, every coach he's played for has absolutely loved him. So
Yeah,
like there is that is always a fear. While we're talking about running backs, Xavier Scott, former wide receiver turned running back, like he gets the call last week. He played a little. He didn't really get any there, but he got 8 targets
yeah,
and he didn't look bad in them. Like I think that this is a player that like for like a deep dynasty league, he's somebody that may end up being an okay guy here and there, like to pick up. Uh, I know Aaron Jones will probably come back, but like Xavier Scott's like he would be awesome for the Arizona Cardinals right now. Like, like
Oh, I mean, Arizona Cardinals could be calling either one of these teams. I mean, what would they be offering
yeah,
for Kenneth Gainwell?
yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Or I mean Jalen Warren.
Yeah,
Um, like was it nice? But yeah, I very sad to see Adam Thielen relegated. Like we both thought the trade would be good for the first few weeks. It wasn't there, and now he's being replaced. This is definitely his farewell tour. I think. I think this is it for him.
yeah. I guess I'm surprised because he was
Me
out
too.
there in so many snaps the first couple weeks, and I know there was no Addison, and then this game, he was the guy they targeted on those third downs, and then they weren't using him late. So I wonder if maybe we'll see the Vikings trade him somewhere else or Naylor or something because it feels like if they truly love Naylor that much, feels
Yeah.
like they're not a team that should be holding 4 receivers like this.
Right. And I don't know. Like, I think Thielen kind of wants to just retire a Viking at this point. Like, I don't know if he would
Probably,
want
but
to
I could
trade.
see him. I don't think he'd want to get traded back to the Panthers, but would he want to go to a competitive team? Like a team who needs a
Like
third
Commanders.
receiver? Yeah, or I mean, there's others out there. I mean, honestly, Steelers.
Yeah.
Calvin Austin just got lost for a couple weeks, but no, I mean, there's other teams out there that could probably use a veteran receiver like that to be a third receiver.
So a little note about this. I don't remember who Minnesota plays next week, but Minnesota is staying.
They played the
in.
Browns.
They play the Browns, okay, but they are playing in London next week. So the NFL did this last year, and it's pretty smart. Like the Steelers get a bye week after their London game or after their overseas game. The Vikings stay over there. The Jaguars did this last year too. The
Mm-hmm.
team they played got to bye the next week. They stayed, played another team, and then both of those teams were on bye. I believe that that isn't what the Browns are going to do.
Yeah,
then.
yeah. Browns
Because the
come back
Browns
and
come
play
back.
the Steelers.
Oh, that's fantastic. Good
And
good
NFL
job,
is just
NFL.
like big fu to the Browns.
Is that true? Is Flacco actually hurt?
Oh,
Man,
I mean,
if that's true, that is awesome for my for my Superflex stuff because I had a little bit of Dylan Gabriel there.
so I thought they might do it when they came back. I did not think they would make the change. Wow, I just saw on Underdog, Dylan Gabriel expected to start for the Browns week 5,
That is,
and Tillman placed on IR, expected to miss at least 4 games. Oh,
yeah. All right, so let's go to the next game. I think we are done here, and
yeah.
it is. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say we'll plan to talk about the Browns when we get there.
Oh yeah, because that's very interesting. So we got the Washington Commanders and the Atlanta Falcons. You are a Commanders fan. What did you see?
This was ugly. No,
As
Mariota
a game or as a Commanders fan?
I mean, both. Like Commanders looked bad. Like their defense couldn't stop anything, and I mean Mooney gets hurt early in this game. Falcons had no problem moving the ball, whether it was Bijan or Algier. They ran all over him. Penix looked good. London, Pitts were awesome. Bijan is just so good. I mean,
Some were saying he's running back 1 this year.
Yeah, I mean,
some were also saying that Puka was wide receiver 1. I might have missed a lot of other things, but so far I've nailed those 2. So
yeah. First, let me just talk on the Commander side. I mean, Mariota definitely it wasn't all on Mariota. Their first drive they couldn't do anything. They have the split back, and there's no Terry McLaurin, there's no Brown, no John Bates, no Austin Eckler, and I do think we saw this team like Debo. They could scheme a few things up for him, and he got the touchdown late, which helped some things for me. But they're very limited, and I honestly think the lack of Eckler really hurts them. He was so big for Jaden last year, particularly down the stretch, and they just have no answer when they need a back to come out of the backfield and dump off. Nichols just isn't that guy.
Have you seen the rumor? And I don't know if this was just some guy making up the rumor, but that Kamara is likely to go to the Commanders or Chiefs.
I've not seen that, no.
Like, as a just hilarious, like, for all the JCM hype to, like, come to an end that way would be hilarious to me. Like, because I don't have any. Like, right, yeah. Like, I have, like, 3.4%. Like, would that not be the biggest roller coaster of all time if they end up trading for Kamara? It'd be a perfect fit though. Like, to be honest,
it really
would be the perfect fit.
And like I mentioned, like this is a 3-man backfield, 35%, 35%, 33%. Like,
yeah. Well, so with that being said, while Eckler was there, Rodriguez just wasn't on the team. Right, mm-hmm. Basically, he was just on the practice squad. I think if they traded for Kamara, they would just do the same thing. And I think Merritt's role would just stay exactly what it is. And I think Kamara would just take half of McNichols' role and, like, Kamara would be like a 50%, McNichols would be 15, and Merritt would still be 33. I like that's kind of what I think they would do if they made a trade like that.
I would imagine Kamara is going to take more than Eckler's role. Like Eckler's role was capped, where Kamara, like even on the bad Saints, like he is taking 60% of the role, right?
Yeah, that is true. And the question is about the contract. Like, I don't know how the contract would work out with the Commanders, but like that's interesting. Like, it's an interesting thought.
Yeah,
Like, it is a team that could absolutely use him.
100%.
So like, I didn't know if you'd heard anything about that being there, or the way it was laid out to me, where I seen it, it kind of looked like it was just a guy making a hot take.
Yeah,
But like, it's an interesting one for sure. And I do think, like, I mean, to be honest, like, Kendra Miller's look good. We'll get to that. But like I do think that the Commanders, if Kamara's on the block and they are like, if the Saints are willing to eat a lot of the cap this year, like, absolutely go for it. Like, what would you say?
yeah. I mean, last year they did that with trading for Lattimore. That hasn't worked out, but I get it. Like they need to, they want to maximize Caden Daniels' window as much as possible, and you know, I would imagine Kamara would not just be a rental.
Right.
I still think he actually has a lot left in the tank, and on a winning team would be fun. So yeah, I mean it could make a lot of sense in that regard.
All right. So we also have Darnell Mooney went out of the game with a hamstring injury. They say they believe it's not severe.
Yeah, well, that's the good news. They're on bye this week, so they said he probably won't miss any time.
That is good because I bought in, even though he was hurt early, and now it's a different injury. Kyle Pitt 74%, Drake London 85%. Like, all of this makes it Casey Washington 52%. Like, that makes sense because he just flat replaced Mooney. Like, which is weird that it wasn't Ray that moved up and Washington moved into the Ray role. So we did hear some Casey Washington buzz from the beat writers preseason. So that is interesting to note that might have been true. So yeah, and so we'll go up here to the stats for the game, and yeah, like you were talking about them not being able to really get anything going on offense too much because it's just Debo. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And
you know, and Ertz, they just couldn't get him going. It was not a good game for Mariota. I mean that they didn't block well for him. They had two big three, the Mariota scramble as well, but they essentially had three big runs this game, and every other run was getting stuffed. Like Chris Rodriguez had the 48-yarder, JCM the 16-yarder, and then Mariota the 20-yard scramble. Every other run was generally getting stuffed.
JCM did look good again. Like to the naked eye, the way he like kind of is a little patient and then explodes through a hole, even if it's not much of a hole. Like, that's what you want. So like,
yeah, he had like two other solid runs. Like I say, every run getting stuff. That was a little hyperbole, but it was just in general.
All the good ones were him, basically. Like, other than the one that was blocked well. So that's a really good sign for JCM, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think they're going to use a committee the whole time, but I do think JCM, without some sort of trade or whatever, I do think he slowly does move up.
Yeah.
And by the end of the season, could be like I think he could be like a 55 to 60% snap share guy at the end of the season. I do think that they will definitely want a committee, though. Like,
it is so interesting. Even these last 2 weeks without Eckler, JCM isn't showing up in the first quarter. Like the first two drives were all Chris Rodriguez.
Yeah, it is absolutely wild. We were all a year early on Luke McCaffrey. 2 weeks in a row with a touchdown. Shout out Luke. And Jalen Lane actually looked fine. Like,
they both had a couple good catches.
Yeah. So they had a total of what 100, 300, and a little over 300 yards,
Mm-hmm.
um, which is like, and the Falcons though, like your defense, like
It's bad.
it. Well, so the first 3 weeks, your defensive line was able to kind of get pressure and like make up for a little bit of the back end stuff. That didn't happen this week.
Yeah.
And the Falcons' offensive line, I believe, is banged up. So
Mm-hmm.
that is not great and for the Commanders as a team, but that is great for the Commanders in fantasy situations.
Yeah.
Like we are going to see if McLaurin comes back and Jaden is healthy, the Commanders could just be what you need, like during the playoffs. Like they're going to be able to push teams and not going to be able to stop them. What is their Week 17 game? It was
They play the Eagles.
no.
Uh,
The Eagles play the Bills.
wait.
They what?
No, they play the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, they play the Cowboys.
I knew
Yeah.
they played all 3 division games. I knew Week 15 was the Giants, but it's
Yeah.
Giants, Eagles, Cowboys. Yeah,
That is right. And oh man, that feels like the
no
game
defense.
right now.
Yeah,
That feels like the game to have right now. Like absolutely. Like it's that game or it is the Falcons and the Rams.
yeah.
So yeah, like let's give a minute to talk about Bijan Robinson. Like, dude, like he has 2 100-yard receiving games.
Mhm.
Like everybody
In
talking
4
about,
games.
yeah, CMC and his receiving.
How many receivers have 200-yard games? Puka, obviously. CeeDee Lamb,
JSN, Ricky
JSN.
Pearsall.
Yeah, Pearsall. I think.
And
but
is that it?
that might be it.
Yeah. So like, that there was a stat. It's since 2023, only 6 running backs have a 100-yard receiving game, and 3 of those 6 are Bijan. So, so yeah, like, and he's doing it with like they're beautifully drawn up plays where
There's
Michael
5
Penix
targets.
yeah, like they're beautiful plays to where he leaks out and Penix is putting it like he's running full speed when he catches the ball. Like no linebacker has a chance if that's happening. Like no linebacker.
Bijan and McCaffrey are essentially their team's number 2 receivers.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I was pretty sure that Penix just had a down game. Like we got to remember he's basically a rookie.
Yeah.
Right. Like he didn't get to play much last year. Yes, he did get to learn and sit behind somebody, but that person wasn't really playing elite ball either. So he might have learned some bad things. But like the arm talent is absolutely there. Like you've seen it on that throw to London. Like that was so gorgeous. And Algiers gonna continue to vulture some touchdowns and be relevant as a startable fantasy player.
And this is the thing, like if this game was closer, I'm imagining Bijan would have had double 100. I think he would have.
Yeah, he would have.
Because he didn't play the last couple drives, barely. And so, yeah, I mean, Algier is fine. Don't get me wrong, but this is a game. If there was pushback from Washington, I think Bijan would have had 225 total yards and probably multiple touchdowns.
Yeah, that is true. All right, so let's move on to the New Orleans Saints and the Buffalo Bills. This game was way, way closer than we thought it was going to be. And, like, the Bills, once again, screw around with a bad team. And kind of, like, until Chris Olave decided to throw a moon ball, an 8-yard moon ball. Like, what? if you're going to throw a moon ball, make it down the field, not 8 yards.
Yeah.
And in the condensed red zone, like there's a reason he's a receiver. We learned that this week. But I don't know. Like up until that point, like it kind of felt like the Saints may actually upset the Bills.
I don't know if I ever thought they would upset them, but boy, they were playing them well. I mean, I just want to get I really like Kellen Moore. I like this offense. I just don't like Spencer Rattler. Like I know they did lose Ruiz. I'm not sure how long he'll be out, but their offensive lines played pretty well. Their weapons. First, let's say Brandon Cooks led the team in receiver snaps, which is wild. But Brandon Cooks, Johnson, Olave, Kamara, Shaheed, even Kendrick Miller, like there is talent at the skill position group. It's just I just don't think Rattler can unleash it,
When do you think we do finally see them go to Shuck? Like, because they have bye week 11. Do you think it's before or after that?
I think it has to be before. I just think you're getting so much out of these guys, and we'll look at it like when we look at the stats, and it's just there's just a lack of efficiency there. And look, Rattler had a couple of nice runs, and he was open for that play to Olave. And it was a bad throw by Olave, but I will give the Bills safety so much credit for making that interception.
Yeah, he did come all the way across the field, but he had the time to do it,
Yes, yeah. Like a better throw, it's a touchdown, but he still made a hell of an interception.
All right, so the Saints schedule coming up, Giants, Patriots, Bears, Bucks, Rams, then the Panthers, and then a bye week.
Yeah, I may do it the Bears. I mean, Bears defense isn't too threatening.
Yeah, I think it could be after the Giants game. Like if they're gonna do it early, if they're gonna do it before the bye week, I think after the Giants game would make sense. Mm-hmm. The Giants just embarrassed one team this week. Their defensive line is absolutely a menace.
Yeah.
I could see them just destroying that and Rattler looking really bad and the cheers come out. That is at New Orleans as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So that is one thing. Like, I agree. Their skill position group has been fine. Like, not great, but fine. The Bills side, Keon, 73% again. Shakir, only 53%, but that first play was insane. Like, I guess it was like the third play of the game or something.
Yeah.
It was really early. Like, there's no way he should have got a touchdown there, but he absolutely did. Dalton Kincaid gets there on only 37% routes again, or snaps, not routes.
He only had one catch, that touchdown.
Yep. Yeah, it was a beautiful play, but
it was, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Shakir was the leading receiver. I mean, he had the most targets also. Like, but yeah, that one was a great play.
He pretty much plays in only 12, or he does not play in 12 personnel, right? Like he only plays. He comes in when they have a slot, and he's their slot. And Keon plays all the time because he plays outside. Mm-hmm. We kind of knew that going into the season because the Bills have 7 slot wide receivers on their team. Like, could them and the Cardinals just get together and like figure some things out? Like, could we do that? I mean, the Bills would probably just be like, "Hey, we want Dortch." Like, why? Why do you want?
All we need is Dortch.
We need Dortch. We'll give you Josh Palmer.
Which actually would be a huge win for the Cardinals.
And the Patriots do have 5 as well. Like, it's great. Like the NFC East, all slot receivers. Like Malik Washington as well. And then the Jets don't have any. So, man, James Cook though, he looks so good this year. They're finally not allowing. Like, I did kind of hear that, and I said that a couple times that like maybe Josh Allen, and this came from Chess Liam. Everybody hates him, but like he was saying the whole time he kind of feels like the Bills were gonna let Cook run in the red zone and kind of try to save Allen during the regular season, uh, and just let Cook eat because Cook proved he can do it. Like, why get the wear and tear on Josh Allen? Like, it just made sense. And I wish I would have listened a little harder, but like, I didn't have a lot of Cook because I was taking Hampton over Cook. I still feel okay about that. It probably ends up being wrong, but at least it wasn't wrong and way off. Like, because Hampton could just be awesome as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Cook ran in the red zone a lot last year. I think people said, "Oh, well, the reason he like tied for the lead in touchdowns or whatever was because he had like 5 touchdowns outside the 20." But it's like we expect the same thing from Jahmyr Gibbs, right? Like we expect the same thing from these other speed backs. Why should we not expect him to hit some from outside as well? So it was just it was a weird thing. I mean, Allen still had a rushing touchdown this game.
Yeah.
It's not like that's gone.
I mean,
he was like quarterback 6 on the week,
that rush came from like 11 yards out or something, right? Like the goal line runs are kind of what they're scheming out, but the Reds like the like third like 3 yard runs with Josh Allen. Like, and I'm not saying they're not going to do some rollout stuff or some quarterback draws here and there, but him just bowling through the snowplow stuff, I think, may be gone.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the week one, right, against the Ravens. I think it still will be there, but probably I think every other team but the Eagles is like this. Like, the Colts, they'll give Jonathan Taylor a chance or Tyler Warren a chance before they'll go to Daniel Jones. That's what most teams do. Like the tush push for most teams is like the last thing they do. The quarterback sneak. Like the Eagles do it as soon as they get there.
Yeah. So Bink was asking Kellen Moore top 5 play caller. Is that like that's what he's?
I mean, he's up like, there. Like, could you imagine if Kellen Moore was play calling the Cardinals right now? How much better would we feel about that team?
Yeah, well, they probably would have brought in some speed, so you'd feel a lot better. Like
that too.
Like he would have been like, I can't work with this. I can't.
But honestly, like Kellen Moore did that a couple of years ago with a banged up Austin Eckler, the ancient Keenan Allen, and Josh Palmer because Mike Williams got hurt and the Chargers had one of the best offenses in the league. So I don't know. I think Kellen Moore is actually a really good play caller.
I'm not going to disagree with that.
Yeah.
So, and we kind of discussed Alvin Kamara. Like, I do think that if the Saints could get, like, what do you think a team would pay for an older Alvin Kamara right now as a 2-year rental?
That's so tough because these prices get so out of whack,
I would say a very needy team could give up like a 4th. I'm going to guess it would be more like a 5th. And like, that's not very much, but the Saints aren't competing this year. They're competing for the 1st overall pick. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
And the Titans are going to make that very hard for anyone else to get.
There's a few teams that are going to make it very
hard. We will get to that. But the Titans are definitely going to make it very hard. Like, I don't know what week Callahan gets toast, but it's coming and it's coming fast. And and are they going to rebound or fall apart even more?
Because they're going to lose their offensive line coach as well, since it's his dad. I don't think he sticks around.
Right? Yeah. So they're going to lose both of those, and I'm sure they brought in people they like. And I guess some of those may move too. I don't know. I think it's a total disaster. And it's not let's rally around the other coach kind of thing. But we will find that out when that happens. Anything else you want to touch on in this game?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of, it was interesting. Olave had been dominating targets, still at 6 this game, but, targets were just kind of down. A little bit more spread out. But it's just, it's tough. They need to get better quarterback play. They need to use Shaheed more downfield. I feel like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's tough. Like it's a good team outside of quarterback right now. Like good enough on offense.
Yeah, and like I think it's very clear right now who the best team in the AFC is, and it's definitely Buffalo. Like, it's
Yeah.
definitely not Baltimore. It's definitely not Kansas City. It's it's definitely not Pittsburgh, who's got a good record. Like, they're kind of just like it's between them and the Chargers, and the Chargers just lost to the Giants, so I think they knocked themselves out.
I will make a case for the Colts, but I'm with you on that as well.
Yeah, like I think you could like argue the Colts and the Chargers,
Yeah.
but I think that rational people always come out to saying that it's the Bills.
I mean, Bills just have done it
Like,
more and just relying
yeah,
on Josh Allen versus Daniel Jones. I mean, we'll get to the Colts, but the
yeah,
Colts didn't lose that game. Adonai Mitchell lost that game.
yeah. They have an epidemic in
Yeah.
Indianapolis. All right, so next game: Cleveland Browns and Detroit Lions. Go ahead.
I mean, the Browns, so the positive, and I use that purposely in the singular. The positive for the Browns is Judkins. That's about it. Like their defense was shredded. Their offensive line is not looking great. Flacco's looking awful. I mean, guys like Tillman got hurt. Their weapons could be fine if they had a decent enough quarterback play, but it's just bad. I mean, they have yet to score 20 points in a game. I don't know if that's going to happen this week with Dylan Gabriel against the Vikings. It's tough. Like Judkins, if not for Judkins, where would this offense be? I shudder to think. So if not for that fluke win over the Packers, like we'd be talking about them as the number 1 overall pick.
Harold Fannin and Njoku, 85 and 84% snap share. Like Isaiah Bond again he had 53, I think, last week, and now 55 this week. And he looks he looks okay. And he didn't learn the playbook or any of that. Like the two people who had no training camp, like it's almost like getting coaching was the worst thing you could have done on this team.
Browns,
Like maybe the owner should look at this. Like I like Kevin Stefanski, but be like, why did the people who didn't listen to you for 3 months perform better? It feels pretty bad.
The one thing Bond has is what's their offense coordinator Reese was his college coach, so he knew him a little bit.
Okay, so he probably was getting fed like, "Hey, we will sign you when this stuff." Because he was dealing with some off the field stuff that wasn't talked about because he wasn't named Quinshon Judkins and he wasn't drafted, right? Yeah. So there was no reason to talk about it because he wasn't on a team. Mm-hmm. So he was probably talking with him the whole time, like, "Hey, when you get this cleared up, we do have a spot for you because we need help."
And some of it is Tillman did get hurt. And
I think they said they're putting him on IR.
Yeah.
Cedric, it says Tillman hamstring will be out for weeks. No IR, will be out for weeks. So
I wouldn't be surprised if they end up doing that, but yeah.
I know it was a discussion. So another injury to my best ball bags. I had about 10% on Tillman.
Yeah, me too.
I dodged the two, between the two big ones, I was underweight between the two of them. Over slightly on one and way under on the other.
Me too,
But the places I had Neighbors were places I absolutely needed him. Because I had my first place team on Fast Draft, had Neighbors, had Connor, and had Eckler. So it's so toast. It's fifth now. It's just gonna. It might not even cash.
That's rough.
Yeah, it's best ball.
Yep.
But like at least I can laugh about it. Like I'm not just furious. Like because I have 15% puka, so I'm feeling okay.
Yeah.
Because you just need one team to sneak through. Uh, Judkins though, like that man looks like an absolute beast. Like
Mhm.
nothing can stop him. Like he always goes forward. He's hitting the correct hole every time. Like he took defenders with him. Like
The
I
only thing that can stop him is the Browns offense. Because if he was on
yeah.
another offense, we'd
I
be
mean,
talking about him in the dailies every week as like a top 3 running back, you know.
just they did just get another offensive lineman. That was actually what I was going to look up. Uh, go ahead and talk about the Lions or the Browns for a minute.
Yeah, no, I mean that's kind of it for the Browns. Like Judkins, I mean Judy these next couple weeks, especially without Tillman, will probably maybe pop here or there, but it's just tough. Especially I'd be surprised if Gabriel's an upgrade over Flacco. If so, probably not much of one. Lions on the other side, boy, I mean this team week 1 looked so lost. Everyone is saying they miss all their coordinators, they miss the offensive linemen. Since then, no team has been more dominant. They wiped the floor with the Bears, the Ravens, now the Browns. I mean, sure, the Browns are a bad team. Bears are, whatever. But this team is this looks like the Lions of the last couple of years, right? Like so dominant in every facet. We know the Browns have a good defense. Lions still put up 30 plus points. Like, move the ball. Gibbs has big runs. Amon-Ra, huge game. They didn't have a ton of total yards, but didn't need it. Just
Okay.
totally in control of this game.
What I was looking up is I'm looking up Cam Robinson and his blocking grades on PFF.
Mhm.
So for those of you who don't know, Cam Robinson got traded to who was it?
From the Texans.
To the Browns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like they are upgrading. I was wanting to make sure that was right. So they did make that trade, but like so he is 64th out of qualifying tackles, which is 83 in pass blocking, and he was 29th in run blocking. So, like that right there tells you that they know they're not going to be able to pass the ball, and they know Judkins is it
Yeah.
because I thought that he was a much better run blocker. So I do think that is another sign that they're just going to continue even more, just letting Judkins run the ball. Like even when they're down, they're running the ball. That way they lose by less.
I know. They're just trying to eat block.
Like they're like, yeah, we've lost. We're just gonna continue our way to a top 5 pick once again. And I mean, honestly, like trotting out Dylan Gabriel now makes a lot of sense. Like I think that they like you've kind of seen some flashes with Harold Fannin. You've seen Njoku's probably getting traded. Uh, they know what they have with Judy, whether they
Mhm.
like it or not. Um, Judkins is awesome. Bond has been fine. Like Tillman is hurt now, so it's like,
Yeah.
why not see what we have? And if we don't like that, go ahead and give Shadur the last 3 or 4 games as well, and then just move on from all of it. Like I think that's kind of where they're at.
Yeah, no. If I'm the Browns, I definitely try and trade in Joko and probably Jerome Ford. Jerome Ford, another guy
Yeah.
who Cardinals or a handful of other teams. I mean, even Washington, they need a passing down back. So, no, I think those two guys should definitely be on the move because, it does not look good for the Browns.
Yeah, absolutely not. But like the Lions, like completely different on the road and at home. Like the Browns, I was a little off on the Lions. Like I ended up getting like late. I got there to where it's like I think Almon just kind of cooks them. Like the
Yeah.
first, I did like 80 BR style things, and the first like 35 of them, I took like one share of Almon. I'm like, I think I'm wrong. I think I need to take some, and I ended up because I added him back in. I ended up almost being even. I made like I played $400, 414, and made 384 back or something. So like that's a good week, right? Like
Yeah.
like if you don't cash for a lot, like staying pretty close to even's a good week.
Exactly.
Um, so like David Montgomery not getting like anywhere like is a huge sign. Like it's and Gibbs working tells you a story, and that story is that the Browns' interior runs against them don't work. Like we seen that last week, we seen it again this week. All of Gibbs's production was to the outside, from what I've seen. And Jameson Williams was very, very close to like 180 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like he looked the wrong way on one of them, and Goff overthrew the other one. But they were very, very close. And they have the Bengals this week, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to get that to work.
Yeah.
This week. Like in BRs, he goes in like the last round, and like I know Amon is Amon, and he goes in the first, and he deserves to go in the first. But like I'm getting the feeling that this is a Jameson Williams nuke week.
Well, I definitely think this is a week where you want as much as possible. You want Lions in your lineup. Gibbs, ASB in the first round, Laporta, JMO kind of last round. Honestly, mixing in Montgomery here or there, because as we saw with the Ravens, at any time he could get 2 touchdowns and break stuff. So thanks for joining us, Eddie.
Yeah.
But so no, this feels like such a great get right spot for the Lions against the Bengals for sure. I mean, not that they have to get right, but can get everyone going. I agree. Like it could be a JMO week for sure.
Yeah. All right. So moving on to the game of the day, the Tennessee Titans and the Houston Texans. I don't think we're going to spend very much time on this one. Yeah, like Tennessee looked horrific. So number one, Will Anderson is the number, like he's tied with Myles Garrett for best pass rush win rate right now. I seen that tweeted earlier. And it was by like, I think they were both at 36%, and the next highest was 34. And then there was like another cliff, and there was only like 3 or 4 people over 30%. And them being at 36 is insane. Will Anderson was worth that trade. Like that's what that means. Actually, was it No, they took Will Anderson and traded back up for Stroud, right?
I actually can't remember. They'd announced like ahead of time, like we're taking Will Anderson, but I thought they did take Stroud second.
Yeah,
they made the trade before they made either pick.
I think they made the trade like they did it that way specifically so fans didn't get upset that they traded up for a D end.
Yeah.
Like, which fans would probably be upset if they did that. But if it works out, it works out. It doesn't matter. So Tony Pollard, 86%. Tajay Spears today was activated off of PUP. They have 21 days to get him back in. Io Manor, once again, Cam Ward throws across his body all the way across the field, like an 80-yard throw, like to get 40 yards to Io Manor. This is like the third week in a row they've done that. It's been the same exact play. He rolls out to the right, throws back to the left. It works. That is all that works there.
Yeah.
This is the first week we have seen Tony Pollard actually get the running game going a little bit. Like it is possible that offensive line needed a little bit of time to gel. It just in time for the other running back to get in there and to cause some problems. But as an offense, they are pretty not functional right now. And to me, it's like almost all about the play calling and more than anything else. Like,
yeah. I mean, I think there are definitely some struggles. Their skill position weapons are kind of limited. Ridley in this game, they said he was banged up. That's why he played so little and had so little routes. They're relying on a lot of rookies. Io Manor and DK, even Helm. There was a report today Helm's going to get more involved. They're a one-back team right now with Spears banged up. And they are missing J.C. Latham along their offensive line.
That's a big deal. Like the Latham thing is a big deal.
First rounder. But the play calling is a massive part of this. I don't think CJ Ward was going to be having a Jaden Daniels type start of his career by any stretch, but it doesn't look good. Like it's the play calling is not helping at all. The lack of skill guys not helping at all. And of course the Latham injury. So it's not great, but this is back-to-back years where the Titans have to be the king of not air yards, but prayer yards. They just throw it up, and if somebody comes down with it, great. If not, it's not good. And it's just so inefficient. This offense is just so painful to watch.
Yeah, I hadn't read this yet, but based on the Coach Speak Index quote, it felt like they didn't think he'd be ready this week.
So I wouldn't be surprised if it's the full 21, 3 game. It could be 3 more weeks.
Yeah, it could be. But they need. They just need some life on offense.
Yeah, you just can't have Pollard play 86% of the snaps every week. I mean, that's what it's been.
The Texans defense is rough. It is one of the worst matchups. Like one of the best defenses in the league. I think the only reason they haven't looked great so far this year is because their offense has been so bad. They've just got gassed. So whenever the other offense is just as inept as theirs, their defense looks great again. So I do think so. Onto the Texans side, my hot take this week was that Woody Marks would outsnap Nick Chubb by more than 5 snaps. I don't know how hot that was, but it was more seeing it coming and expecting good things. He did. He had 56% of the routes. Nick Chubb had 56% of the snaps, and Chubb had 24% or 42% of the snaps. Mm-hmm. And one of them looked very, very good, and the other one, Chubb did look fine.
Yeah.
The Titans defensive line since Sweat has been out has not been good. Jeffrey Simmons is still Jeffrey Simmons. He still does things, and Rex plays by himself. When they had Sweat as well, they sometimes could scrap together some good defensive drives. With just Simmons, teams are just doubling him a lot, and it's just they just pick him apart.
Yeah.
And as long as you don't run directly at Simmons, you're fine. You have one job. Don't call plays directly at the big guy in the middle. And if you can realize that's your job, you're going to be successful. And so Jalen Knoll, 24%. And where is the guy? Jaden Higgins, 44%. So, they're at least getting them involved a little bit more.
Yeah, Higgins got the touchdown. That was nice.
Yep. Yeah, so we'll go up there to that. He only got the one catch for 24 yards, but that was a touchdown, and it was a well done route. And honestly, it was one of Stroud's better throws this year. He's kind of been off this year for the most part. Mm-hmm. A lot of that's to do with the offensive line, and we mentioned earlier the Cam Robinson trade. The 64th, I think it was. Yeah, 64th in pass block grade for Cam Robinson. I don't know if that was the only reason that they traded him away, but a team that needs offensive line help, trading away of offensive linemen for nothing, feels really weird. especially a team that does like the Texans could turn it around and become a playoff team.
Yeah.
Like
No.
they have some talent. They're what are they 2-2 now? Or are they
Um,
1 and
wait, they lost to the Rams and the Bucks. Who'd they play last week? They lost that. Yeah.
okay,
So,
yeah. So they were 0-3. Yeah, no, this was 2 0-3s. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, they got a long way to go, but they haven't played any of the division games yet. All of the division. I do think the Colts are a much better team. The Jaguars are somehow 3-1 with the mess that they've been in. And I mean, I know why, but it's not like the Texans couldn't. Like the Jaguars historically fall apart at the end of the season, it's Trevor Lawrence's mark.
well, and I was going to bring this up more a little with the Bengals later, but it also applies here. The AFC right now, you have the Bills. I mean, maybe the Patriots are a playoff team, but we know it's not the Dolphins or Jets. In the North, like Steelers in the lead right now.
It's pretty wide open.
Ravens are 1-3.
Ravens 1-3 without Lamar for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and massive defensive injuries as well.
Yeah,
and then in this division, like you said, Jags are 3-1, Colts are looking good.
They're both 3-1.
Yeah, but it's not like insurmountable for the Texans to overcome that. Like you said, if they sweep those two teams, like they could just be in a really.
Yeah, I mean, if they sweep those two teams, they are in first in that division. Literally, their path to first is still wide open. If they win those 5 games or those 4 games, they hold the tiebreak if they're even the rest of the season with it's a hard road. Don't get me wrong, but that gives them the tiebreak against both and a better record.
Agreed.
Right, or the same record. But Woody Marks, man, I didn't like him coming out. I didn't think he had the ability to run. I thought he would be really good in the receiving game. He is really good in the receiving game, but he also looked awesome again behind a pretty they did kind of get some holes opened up for him. And that's kind of why I was talking about the Jeffrey Simmons and Tavondre Sweat thing. I do wonder what's going to happen going forward. Luckily for Woody Marks, next week they go up against the Baltimore Ravens, which normally you would say that's awful. Don't even look at them. Ravens are missing 8 week 1 starters right now.
Oh, wow.
And they just lost Matabuke for the season. So Woody Marks going for next week is actually I pulled him way. I've done my 1 dog bowl for the week. I pulled Woody Marks up to pick 34.
Well, just to clarify, I did look up. Texans lost last week to the Jaguars, so they are down 1 game to the Jags.
Okay, it was the Jags. Okay, so so they don't have a clear path.
So I will say and I mean I agree. I think Woody Marks is clearly going to get more opportunities. He's clearly the better passing back. That's what we knew he was. He looks good in the passing game. In the running game, that run, I don't want to take anything away from him, but it's kind of similar to that Nick Chubb run against the Buccaneers for the touchdown. It was just blocked perfectly. Yeah. He did nothing special. It was just blocked perfectly.
He did look. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that's the problem is this offensive line does that very rarely. They have not been
right. He did have some runs though that he kind of made things happen, and he has and Chubb does this as well, but Marks is just he's not been through 3 knee injuries, so he's faster, he's more explosive. He does have the patience. I didn't know if he was going to have patience based on the college stuff. But that offensive line at USC was not good. So, so he's used to this. Maybe that's a secret weapon. Maybe having a bad offensive line is what he needs. I don't know.
But I definitely think they need to utilize him out of the backfield more. Another thing for
yes,
Stroud, like that was a big difference in this game for me, was his utilization early on, throughout the game. And I think that helped Stroud feel more comfortable, just sustain
well,
drives.
and I think Christian Kirk gave him I know he only had 3 receptions for 20 yards, but it was another
Mhm.
receiver he felt confident throwing to.
Yeah.
You could just see it when he threw it to Kirk. He felt confident. Uh, and I do think that we're going to end up seeing, Higgins and Knoll being worked in a lot more and Hutchinson worked out
Yeah.
now that Kirk is back. I think that the progression that we thought we were going to get is going to happen. It just was waiting on Kirk to come back.
Mhm.
Which
I tend to agree.
if they knew they were going to lose those first 3 games, I bet they would not have trotted out Xavier Hutchinson and who was the other guy they were trotting out back then?
Oh, I can't even remember his name right now.
Yeah, I can't remember his name either. So DK, I do want to point out DK is a very smart player. There was a play there was a play that he done something that I was like, that was really smart. I can't remember what it was. I think it was like a fumble or something.
Okay. I'm trying to remember.
Because he did have 40% snaps. There was something.
I'm surprised they didn't get him more involved.
Yeah. So, but Calvin Ridley ended up going out hurt, like he said. But I believe there was a fumble to where he Justin Watson. Yes, that's who it was.
Yeah. That was painful.
I'm trying to forget he exists as a Chiefs fan. So I had done a good job. I'm sorry I asked that question, not only to everybody else, but mostly to me. I think it was on the fumble. There was a fumble somewhere that he was very alert with it, or so there was something like that happened. But anyway, I should have wrote it down. I did not, so that's my bad. All right, on to the Panthers and the Patriots. I thought this game was going to be a smash over spot. I thought both offenses were going to cook, and because neither team would have a good defense, I was right that it was a smash over. I was wrong that both teams cooked. One team almost hit the over themselves. So, yeah. One thing, Tommy Tremble, 75% routes or snaps. I keep saying routes, I mean snaps. Chuba at 51% and Dowdle at 39%. Chuba did get a slight nagging injury. And the coaches said that it was a weird quote. Let me find it. It's we were aware of it, but it was in my head, but it didn't affect my decision. Chuba Hubbard's calf injury did not play into his reps yesterday. It was a factor in our minds, but in my mind, I wanted Chuba to continue to go out there and play. What do you?
Okay.
What do you? Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a factor in my mind, but it didn't affect my decision.
Yeah. So that might explain the usage. I don't know. But Dowdle did kind of sneak in quite a bit at the end of the week before as well. And it is pretty obvious that in obvious passing situations, they do want Dowdle out there. I'm noticing as well.
Yeah, oh boy, this game was tough to watch. I mean, this Panthers team, it just really shows. We talked about earlier, no Coker. They trade away Thielen.
Yeah,
Leggett is out, but even if he played, I don't know if it makes much difference. But I mean, Bryce Trayman, it's the number 2 receiver. I mean, Renfro is just so limited. they didn't even try to trot out other receivers. Like, they were in two tight end quite a bit, despite being down by 1 million.
Yeah.
Just not the, Bryce is looking like the Bryce of the last year early. T-Mac gets open, he gets targets, he's dropped some. They've just been close to connecting some, but
he had a rough day. Like he had 2 drops, I think, but then he was wide open on like 3 more. Like, the thing is, he had 8 targets again, and he was open for all of them. Like, open, like completely open on all of those. He dropped 2, and 2 of them were horrific throws.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things, like, Bryce is trying to trust him, and Chet is trying to test Bryce, but like neither one can do it at the same time.
Yeah. And I do think this is, I mean, Tremble was fine, don't get me wrong, but I do think this is a situation where they just don't, by not having a true second weapon, it's tough. Like, yes, I think you're seeing the rookie struggles with T-Mac. Bryce Young is still Bryce Young, but it's without having a good, reliable second option, this offense is just painful to watch.
Yeah, they are. And it sucks because, like, McMillan is just winning over and over again in his routes. Like, and he's going to have he's very close to having a 140-2 game. Like, that's going to happen this season. He's going to have like an insane game at some point this week or this season.
It could be this week.
It could be this week.
They I know it's an easy matchup.
It is. Oh,
why?
Yeah, I've done a couple BRs. Miami.
Yep.
Yeah, and I've taken him a couple times. Again, I'm gonna die by McMillan this year, I think, because like he's open over and over again. It's just like it's just gonna take Bryce and him to kind of get it all together.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the Patriots absolutely rolled this game, like completely rolled it. I believe they used Hooper a bunch again. They did 65% Hooper, 76% Hunter Henry. Steph Diggs up another 5%, and a lot in the end of the game where they were kind of trying to like. So it was really the way that the scores happened in this game was very odd because it was like a 20-3 or something at halftime, and then like New England barely did anything at the beginning of the third quarter, and then like scored twice really fast, and then it was like all of a sudden it was 40. It's like, well, how did this happen? Like, watching the game, you didn't understand how it happened.
I mean, as you called during the preseason, like New England special teams is amazing. The punt return for a touchdown.
Yeah. And then they had a 65-yarder after that, and then like another 20-yarder. Like, they are insane. They are insane.
And just to go back to Diggs, they only threw 19 or 20 passes combined, and I think he ran routes on 17 of them or something like that. Like, I looked at his route number, but it was very high compared to what they threw. So it's very promising. I mean, this was a game where he had 100 yards, but if Drake May was having to go back and throw the ball 35, 40 times, like, he could have had a monster game.
Yeah. Kyle Williams up to 29%.
The one interesting thing is, like, we think about Carolina, and I still think jury's still out, of course, but they actually were they were pretty decent against the run. It was only 3.6 yards per carry, and even the Henderson 4.6. I mean, New England had some ability to run. They'd have a couple of nice runs, but like you look at Gibson, 21 of his 27 yards were on one run. 22 of Stevenson's 38 yards were on one run. Like they had a couple broken runs. That was about it.
Yeah.
And May was next to perfect in this game, throwing the ball. He also ran for the touchdown. He's looking awesome to start this year. Henry had the touchdown. He almost had another one. He only had 2 targets, but that's because, again, they only threw the ball 17 times.
But I mean, Drake May had 14 completions, and Diggs had 6 receptions, 7 targets.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think Diggs is going to be going to the moon.
Yeah. I agree.
They need to figure out their running back thing because Stevenson led in snaps. Henderson led in, targets and touches or, whatever. But Gibson also got a decent number of carries for his percentage.
And the Henderson stuff is really weird. Like, number one, like, why is he not the kick returner? I mean, it doesn't matter who they put back there. They're blocking everything so well. And they have so many people that are great at it because I mean, Gibson was awesome at it. Henderson was awesome at it. The new guy is phenomenal at it. So it's almost like they're trying to save him, but not use him anywhere. Like it's really weird. Like the whole Travion, like you would expect if they spent that capital on him, they'd be using him. Like the Browns sure are. The the Raiders finally decided to do that, and guess what happened? Good things. And the Chargers, who we'll get to, I think, next, they have been doing it the whole time. So,
once again, Mac Hollins with the touchdown. We need those touchdowns to start going to Diggs, but
Mac Hollins is annoying for fantasy, but he is an awesome real life player.
He blocks. He
is a very good real life player. Tommy Tremble, he was very, very good. What was his yardage? So he only had 42 yards, and 15 of it was on that busted play at the end of the game, or the end of the first half, to where they just let him. But he looked really good, and I mean he earned 8 targets, got 5 receptions on it, got a touchdown, and Bryce Young was very inaccurate. He was barely over 50%. What is that? That's 56% ish. 18 for 30. It's about 56. That's not good. And a lot of those were high and over the middle. You don't mind for me, the way I look at it is whenever your misses are deep outs and stuff that are kind of more out of bounds or on the edges, they're not as bad. But Bryce Young was missing by a lot in the middle of the field directly in front of him. And one of the negatives of him coming out of the draft was the height. I wonder if he's trying to push it up over the offensive linemen, because the offensive linemen are probably pretty a lot bigger than they were in college. And that's why he's sailing balls in the middle of the field right now. I'm just wondering. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and the biggest issue is sometimes incomplete. If you're trying to fit them in tight windows and they're getting knocked away, or it's just a tough catch, these. Oh, I mean, there were a couple drops. We talked about that, but guys were getting open.
Yes.
And it just needs. Yeah. They just need to get. I don't know. Young needs to get the ball to be catchable.
Yeah, exactly. At least get it to touch the hands. And McMillan did absolutely drop one for sure. And one was an arguable drop. But the one was at he had so much room. I don't know how many yards he would have got. He had one guy to beat, I think, for a touchdown pretty much. And and I'm gonna take T-Mac in that situation in most times.
Exactly.
Yeah, they need to put Bryce on the move. Yeah, exactly. Like they need to kind of do with Bryce what they do with Kyler.
Agreed.
And that was my point. There is I think the offense needs to change slightly to accommodate that. All right, on to the Scataboo game, as we're going to call it from now on. No, it's not. It's not Giants games. We are going to use the Scataboo game every week. I mean, first off, like one person. I don't know. We had. Did you see my poll today?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 2 people voted that they love season long injuries. So those 2 people dodged these. But once, like, there were 2 huge injuries in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Neighbors is the one that everyone heard and like remembers and will remember for years to come. The one that people aren't talking about as much, but is like it's not as big of a deal because it's less games. But Joe Alt, like once Joe Alt went out of this game, their offensive line collapsed, completely collapsed. Part of that, like I think it was in for 8 snaps, and then after those 8 snaps, it was like when Joe Alt snaps out of their line, basically. Like they just that defensive line for the Giants, like that's what they're building. That's where they put their draft capital. And whenever you're missing your original left tackle and your new, like your 2 first-round tackles, both are hurt for a game, and you're going up against a team who spent multiple draft picks, early draft picks on defensive ends, you're probably not in a good situation. It's probably like the worst game script you can imagine.
Yeah. And Becton was out of this game also for the Chargers. So they were very thin along the offensive line, and it showed.
It absolutely showed.
And yeah, I mean, Herbert was running for his life. I mean, he didn't have his best game. Of course, McConkey and even QJ had a drop.
That McConkey drop, like it was like, I don't know, like he doesn't usually, like he usually has really good hands.
Yeah.
I do wonder if the pressure of people saying things about him is kind of getting to him, like because, or maybe he was like so excited that he dropped it kind of thing. Because like I don't think he was going to go for a lot of yards there, but it was a catch it and jump to the ground for 15 yards kind of thing.
Yeah,
get the drive jump started, all that stuff. Because it was a 3rd down too, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. So I do wonder if the confidence stuff is going to be there. But once again, I do think that next week, I mean, you can't draw up much better matchup than what they have next week. You will agree. You will agree.
Yes.
Where they are playing the Commanders next week. But he had just as many snaps as QJ. Keenan was the one that went out. So, like, this is kind of what we were talking about preseason, is that the best case scenario was for Ladd to play outside wide receiver in 11 or in 12, and then in 11 move to the slot. And they're playing, I believe they're playing Keenan and Ladd 50-50 in the slot.
Seems that way, yeah.
I haven't seen it for sure, but it feels like that watching it. But like this game was all decided by that Joe Alt injury and the offensive line completely collapsing afterwards. And Herbert just never had any time. Like he never had time to do anything. He did just perma target Quentin Johnston though. Like, I mean, McConkey still got 6 targets. Keenan had 7, but QJ got 13. He had the same amount as the other 2 combined. That to me is wild. Like, and he done something with him. Like, and he was open a couple more times, wide open, that they got missed. Like he had another, like there was another play to where if Herbert had like a half a second longer, QJ over the middle of the field was absolutely wide open for another touchdown.
And And let's give some credit. Like that touchdown to QJ was a great throw. Like Herbert and QJ, perfect.
Yes,
They just
absolutely.
Herbert just couldn't consistently do that in this game because he was under pressure. He threw some picks, a lot of bad throws.
He's going to have time next week, or a lot more time next week.
Yeah.
Maybe not all the time, but like even a bad offensive line will be better against Commanders than they are the Giants, right? Like
and just more time to prep for it. I mean, you're
Yeah.
inserting Austin Deculus or whatever his name is in the middle of the game. Like you're just throwing them to the
Right.
wolves on the road. They'll be at home. Yeah, it's just so much better.
I'm not worried for the Chargers.
No.
So it was a high ankle sprain for Joe Alt, and it is on the right ankle, which if he continues, so I was talking to Big Draft Energy about this because he did play offensive line as well. He said that if it's the right leg, it's probably a longer injury, and if it's the left leg, it's less of an injury because that's the plant leg for the left tackle. The right leg is the one that matters more for right tackle or left tackle, and the left leg for the right tackles because it's your interior leg that gets more pressure, right? Which makes some sense, right? So it is the right leg that. So if he a high ankle sprain for an offensive lineman isn't the same as a skill position player who needs to move around and jump around and do things like that. Like it doesn't affect them in the same way, but it's still going to affect them, right?
Yeah.
Like they'll have to do less pulls and stuff like that, probably. Which I'm sure Harbaugh knows enough about stuff like that to how to do it. But the Chargers lost me my survivor pool. I wanted to take the Bills. I'm like, I just want to. I feel pretty good about this. When the Joe Alt injury happened, I kind of knew it was destiny. And I was like, yeah, I'm fine with this. But yeah, talk about the MetLife turf.
Oh God, I mean,
you just go look at the list of injuries that's happened there. It is insane. I think so. I think it was Pepperoni in one of my channels. So it wasn't. I don't know who that was, but David J. Gutierrez. So the Giants have drafted 6 wide receivers and tight ends in the first 2 rounds since 2014. Odell Beckham, Sterling Shepard, Evan Ingram, Kadarius Toney, Wan'Dale Robinson, Malik Neighbors. 5 out of the 6 have suffered season-ending injuries at MetLife.
Wow.
So
and that's not even counting the Jets. We know Aaron Rodgers, first play.
That's just the Giants.
Yeah, and then there's opponents. I mean, I know there have been multiple opponents who.
So this is one of my biggest pet peeves in the NFL right now, and this is the actual reason. And I've never talked about this, but I do with my buddies around here. This happened. This is not the first time this has happened. I can't remember exactly the other situations, but this happened on a free play. In my mind, free play shouldn't exist. And as soon as if encroachment or offsides, if false starts are play dead, because it happens before the play starts. As soon as the offsides happens, the play should be dead and the yard should just be added. If you actually care about safety as the NFL, care about safety, stop the play. Don't let plays happen. They don't, especially ones that don't matter. That play only mattered because somebody got hurt.
Yeah.
So that's the NFL. This injury to me is, number one, MetLife's fault, but number two, the NFL's fault for allowing this to play all the time. I've seen multiple injuries. I'm sure somebody has a stat somewhere with it, but I know last year we lost a lot of people to pre-snap penalty plays, that they let it go on, a concussion here and stuff like that. It is football. We're going to get injuries at random times, but I personally really do not like the that they allow the offense to get the boost there, but not the defense.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't make sense, and it just increases injury risk. Like because so on those plays, on those free plays, teams always throw the ball deep. Where are huge collisions going to happen quite often, right? Like a lot of the time they're deep, right? Like you got a safety coming over the top, hitting them, then you get a personal foul, stuff like that. Like you can remove all that. So
yeah,
that's just a little tangent there that I wanted to go on. Yeah, so like I'm probably wrong, but that's just a pet peeve of mine. So Jackson Dart also got hurt in this game.
Yeah, he came back though.
He came back.
Before we get to the Giants, let's talk about Hampton for a second, because we kind of glossed over that. Like Hampton was awesome.
Yeah, I was too busy ranting.
I just wanted to give him his due. Like we can talk about the issues for Herbert and the receivers and all that. But Hampton was freaking awesome in this game.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, Peppertoni, on this is once the ball is snapped, then blow it dead. Like as soon as you know that you're throwing the flag, as unabated, yes, I know they blow it dead, and yes, you can get back. But once the ball's snapped, if it is offsides, you just blow it dead. Like it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Hampton, he ran through everyone. Like he was nobody tackled him at first. Like it kind of looked like, and I said this the first week, it kind of looked like Hampton wasn't playing with full confidence.
Agreed, 100%.
And this game, he played with confidence, and it was a huge difference. It's like he finally knew what was going on. Like he felt fully confident in himself. And that was from the beginning before his big play.
Yeah.
And that led him to the big play.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Definitely agree. I mean, he looked great throughout. Obviously, the big 54-yard touchdown run, the receptions, he was very, very good. And I agree. And we talked about this before, last couple of weeks, especially the first two games, he didn't play with any confidence.
Yes.
Last week was a little better. This week, he looked on board. And this is what we talk about. Again, people say post by rookie bump, but really it's them, understanding what's going on and their role. And he did. And he looks fantastic. Go
ahead.
No, the one interesting thing is he played 88% of the snaps or something like that. They need to find somebody else. You're just not going to hold up all season with doing that.
The answer should not be Hassan Haskins either.
Or Kamani Vidal.
Yeah. Jerome Ford.
Yeah. Come on down. Seriously.
This is the kind of team that should honestly trade for Kamara. I do not want it.
No, neither do I.
I don't want it.
It makes sense.
I don't want it, but it would make sense for them as a team to do that.
Yeah.
And speaking of the confidence thing, I think Jalen Lane showed a little confidence this week. I think he's starting to get a little vibe going.
Yeah, maybe.
So wide receiver one, Darius Slayton in New York. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, I have 25% Darius Slayton, so I feel good about that. But, not that
I had a bunch of them, and I ended up at just 8.9% at the end because he was the guy I smashed from the draft until late July before camp started. I was like, I'll take him now, and then I'll just mix in other people later.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I did. And I feel pretty good about all of it, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, it's so sad, obviously, Neighbors being down. And I do think I do think, while on some level it helps, Slayton and Robinson and Scattaboo just because more opportunities, but it also hurts because they're not going to move the ball near the same. They're not going to,
Yeah.
So it's not I don't think it's as clean of a help that say some other injury situations are.
And with Jackson Dart with the injury, if I'm them, I don't rush him back at all. Like I, like with Neighbors out, you're not playing for the season. And
But he
at
played
the
down the
first,
stretch.
yeah, he did. But like you didn't. I think the injury news, like it depends on what it is. Like you don't want him to go out there and hurt something worse.
Yeah.
Even though he probably is going to want to do that, right? Like he's going to want to be out there because it is his chance.
I do think you shouldn't have him run 10 times,
Yeah, that is true.
Like just have dump offs, whether it's to Scadaboo, whether it's to Theo Johnson, whether it's, little slants to Wandale, whatever, like get the ball out of his hands more. They only, like Dart had a fun win and he got the rushing touchdown, but he only threw 111 yards and he sacked 5 times. So they need to work on that.
They do. And their offensive line, other than Andrew Thomas, is pretty bad. And the Chargers have a decent defense. Yeah. So that is part of it. And it is his very first game of all time. So I get it. Like it makes sense to use his strength. It's crazy that those stat lines beat the Chargers. It's just crazy that happened.
Yeah. And especially because they had those short fields and they couldn't get Scadaboo into the end zone. I mean, they did end up converting the one for a touchdown, but had to settle for a field goal and I think 2 others. Like they had a lot of short fields due to turnovers and everything. But
the first thing I said when Neighbors got hurt, well, number 1 was that looks bad, but number 2 is I think this means Dayball keeps his job.
Could be.
Like if they look even competitive now at all, like I think that's yet again another thing breaking. Like I'm not saying it's breaking right for Dayball at all, but it's breaking pretty bad. But if Neighbors is hurt, but Dart ends up looking decent the rest of the season, and they get what do you think? 5 wins? Like if they could get 4 to 5, as long as they don't have 3 wins, I think that he might keep his job.
This will be a key one because they play the Saints. They could be 2-3. It's a tough schedule, but
he might be playing Bink, but it is up in the air at the moment. Just so you know. It definitely profiles as a Scadaboo game for sure. Jalen Hyatt might come out, and he looked real bad the last time I seen him. Anything else? Oh, Aronde Gadsden, solid again.
Mm-hmm. He led the Chargers in snaps, I believe, among tight ends. So
yeah. All right, so the next game was a wild game, not like a close game, but a wild game.
Mm-hmm.
Tampa Bay and the Eagles. Go ahead.
It's so interesting because obviously the Eagles won and were ahead, and seemed in control, but they won. They still, and somewhat of a credit to Tampa's secondary, but AJ Brown had 9 targets, 2 catches for 7 yards. They could not get him going. They did the nice tush push option play, to Barkley, which was good. But it just feels like there's something missing with the Eagles offense. They just can't put it all together. It's frustrating. I'm obviously not an Eagles fan, but just, comparing to what they've been the last couple of years, there's just something missing. And unlike a few times in the past where it's an injury here or there, there's no injuries right now. So you just wonder what it is, because they're the best team in the AFC on paper, but are they? They've beaten some good teams now.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't feel like this feels like a team that could also be 1-3.
Yeah,
The
man,
Rams game they should have lost. They could have lost this game. Could have lost the Cowboys game.
There's no less fun team to watch right now. Like it just isn't. Like, which this game was fun to watch because Baker is in it, and Baker's the man.
Amazing.
Baker's so much fun to watch, but like you say, there's something missing, and I guess I don't follow AJ Brown on X, but I am going to look up his. He apparently had some kind of cryptic tweet about wanting to leave. Like, I don't know. Like, that's what some people were saying. I don't know. I don't follow. I just seen that earlier. Like, Nick Sirianni was asked about it. About his, was that in Coachspeak? Maybe.
Might have been.
Okay, yeah. On AJ Brown's cryptic tweet and whether it's Sirianni's understanding that Brown wants to be in Philly. Yeah. Obviously, AJ is very important to this team. I know he wants to contribute and do everything he's capable of doing. He had a couple of games where he hasn't been able to contribute for different reasons. I question nothing about his desire, blah, 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 Coachspeak stuff. So, like, obviously something was said at some point.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, it's just so weird because and I know it happened last year. Early in the season last year, everyone was like, what's wrong with Philly? But again, that was people could point to the injuries, Brown, Smith, Goddard, all missing time. There was one game I think they all three missed. We're saying the same thing. The good news for them is they're winning. Like, they were part of the reason is being questioned last year is they lost some games, including against Tampa. But for a team that was so dominant in the playoffs, so dominant in the Super Bowl, as you well remember, this just doesn't feel the same. Like, they don't feel like that near that good.
I want to push back on the dominant in the Super Bowl, because if they were dominant in the Super Bowl, they would have stayed way ahead, and I would have won $5,000 on the playoff best ball. But they let Kansas City like do some meaningless stuff. It cost me money. So, like, I'm going to push back on that. They dominated. I know. I just
they just didn't cover Xavier Worthy down.
Yeah, they just didn't cover Xavier Worthy in the second half. Like, how dare them?
It's just weird. Like, this is like another week where Philly comes up with a win, but it just doesn't feel like they won. I thought the same thing last week against the Rams. I thought the same thing against the Cowboys. Like,
so their offensive line is actually banged up. Like, I believe like 4 of the 5 offensive linemen are playing through injury right now.
Yeah, Lane Johnson keeps missing a good chunk of snaps. That's for sure.
Yeah, because he's at 75%, which is wild for an offensive lineman. This offensive lineman also missed a few snaps. So, like, and I know that Dickerson is very hurt, and he's just playing through it. So, like, I do think that's why we're seeing Saquon not be as explosive, because they're not giving him the holes they gave him last year. Like, I don't remember the number, but like Saquon's like yards before contact was crazy last year. And whenever you're that explosive, like not being, I think it was like 2 yards or something for a lot of the games, like the games he smashed. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. I will say Saquon's getting more targets this year, which is interesting.
Yeah, and that was it's very interesting for like towards DeAndre Swift as well, because they never felt like giving DeAndre Swift targets, but DeAndre Swift also didn't rush for 2,000. Like, they just want the ball in his hands because they see what he could do, and they never really fully trusted DeAndre Swift. Just kind of what you're seeing, right? Which I get it. Saquon is definitely better. Mikey Boy G, I think, is also in the top 20 of that one that you're second on, I think. Like, because I kind of looked down through the rankings on that drafters thing. Mikey Boy G was top 20 on one of them starting this week. So good luck to him as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's not a neighbor's team like all of mine at the top. Yeah, we gotta. But I'm glad that. So I do think that the tush push stuff, like you were talking about, they ran 2 different plays kind of instead of the tush push.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's mostly like this is just me being hypothetical about it, but I think that they know they've cheated forever on the tush push, and now that they're actually getting warned that's going to get called correctly, they're going to stop running it because they can't cheat anymore.
What I
Or
think,
they're going to run it less.
so what I'll say is like, yes, and I agree to an extent. I think it's also like they know they need to start playing off of it, because I think the reason they were more successful than say any other team that's run it, like the Bills run it at a clip, but nowhere near as successful. Many other teams try to run it, don't do it near as successful. Yes, partly it's Hurts, but a lot of it is, yeah, they would kind of be offside, or be offensive offsides, I guess you'd say. And yeah, I think that would be called more. I remember 2 years ago they once or twice ran like a pass off of it.
Yeah.
But I think this is the other thing, is they want to, because now defenses, if it is called fairly, defenses have a chance to stop it if they just sell out to try and stop it.
Yes.
But now if they start showing these other things, defenses can't always sell out to stop it.
Yeah.
And so
yeah.
then
I agree. Yeah.
Evens it out a little bit more.
Yeah. And onto this, I would agree with this, but I remember 2 years ago when the Eagles completely fell apart at the end of the season. They were they lost like five of 6 games, and then went and lost to Baker Mayfield and the Bucs in a game that nobody else, like I actually put a substantial amount of money on the Bucs that day to win that game, flat out, just to win, not even to cover. It's like a 6-point playoff spread or something on a home team. I'm like, the Eagles have played like crap for like a month and a half by that point, and they were in complete disarray. And the core is still there. Like if they start losing games, which I don't know if they will, but if they do lose a couple in a row, I do think that Nick Sirianni is kind of like a powder keg, and things could just absolutely explode there. Like we've seen it before. We've seen it. Like, do I think that's going to happen? No, but they do understand. Like they just have better players than everybody. Like that is it. They just have. It's not about championship DNA. And I'm not being better because I'm a Chiefs fan. It's because I've seen the opposite of this. Like when they're ahead, they're great, but they should be ahead because they have the best roster in the NFL, and it's not close. Like it's really not close. So now talk about the fun team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We got Bucky Irving actually ran decently well against the Eagles. Rashad White did not. But Bucky looked explosive in this game.
Yeah.
Like it's sad to see that he is hurt.
Have you seen any update on that?
I have not seen. He's just going in for an MRI. Is all I've seen. I mean, they are 20-0. Like I'm just saying that right before that 20-0, they kind of imploded right before that. The season before that, they yes, they lost some games early in the season last year, but the season before that, they were the best team in the league for like the first 11 weeks and then completely threw it all away. So I do think they're past that, but I'm just saying it's not out of the realm of possibility that happens again.
I think what you're saying is they're on a razor's edge. Like they're winning these games, but it just doesn't feel like they should be. Like even to say 2-2, because they felt fairly in control of the Chiefs game. But even if you say they should have won the Cowboys game, I don't think it was a given. Like Cowboys outplayed them in a lot of facets. But these last 2 weeks, you cannot say it was fairly even against the Bucs. I think their defense gave a few big plays, but contained Baker and the Bucks a fair amount. But remember, that's Baker without his number one weapon in Mike Evans and Chris Godwin just coming back. So it's like, if these two teams face up in the playoffs, I would be liking the Bucks, assuming they're healthy. Then,
assuming both offensive lines are fully healthy and all that. And I do think that another reason that they might have went away from the tush push in this game is Vita Vea.
Yeah,
like Vita Vea is the best or second best defensive tackle in the league. Like, it's him and Chris Jones to me, and I think you would probably agree.
Yeah.
Godwin played 81% snaps his first game back. He didn't look full speed or anything. He did look like he had a little less confidence, but like that's kind of expected. First game back.
Exactly. I think it's a good sign.
He looked fine. Like it looked like he was trying to get his footing back and like trust it and everything.
I thought it was fine, and it's a tough matchup. I mean, the Eagles secondary is still pretty good.
Yeah.
Mbuka had 10 targets, but if not for that 77-yarder, he would have had an awful game. But I mean, he's good. Don't get me wrong. Like, but it's like that's how good the Eagles defense and secondary is.
You remove those two insane throws.
Yeah.
Like, they have 140 yards total on offense. It's 248 yards. It looks like something like that as a team.
Yeah.
And like, now those plays do matter.
Yeah, and that's Baker's game. Like, Baker.
Yeah, that is Baker's game. Yeah, right. Like, so I'm not saying you can do that. I'm just saying that like the Egbuka one, like, he threw that ball.
Oh my God.
So perfectly. It basically went through four hands. And then the Bucky one was just Baker doing Baker things, running around the pocket, seeing something, then throwing a laser, like an absolute laser, right to the guy in perfect stride. And that, like, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this will be Bucky Irving's longest touchdown of his career.
Yeah, probably.
But because the DB fell down, like, he's had some huge runs where he got caught from behind. Because I mean, he's awesome, but he's not the deep speed guy.
No.
So,
but what's so fun to think about this offense is this was a tough matchup, and they were, Godwin coming back from injury, multiple offensive line missing, or worse, just coming back from the injury, and then no Mike Evans. It's like, man, if that offensive line gets healthy, Godwin's 100% back, Evans is 100% back, second half of the year, this Bucs offense could just be total fire.
It could be.
I'm
looking forward to it for sure. They just need to stay alive long enough and not sustain more injuries. And I have a ton of Rachaad White and not a lot of Bucky, like 5% Bucky, like 15% White.
Mm-hmm.
But I like watching Irving play. So I would like him to be healthy. Like, I think Bucky and with the Bucs, like, just make for fun games. And I basically, like, I faded them for Ladd, basically, and that's not looking great.
I'm with you.
Yeah. So you win some, you get destroyed by others. You ready to move on to the Colts and the Rams? Yeah. All right. So we are to the Colts and the Rams. What a game by Adonai Mitchell. Like,
I mean, best Rams player not named Puka Nacua.
Yeah. So first question, do you think he was trying to show off or not? I think he was just trying to reach the ball out over the goal line, which I don't know if you consider that. Like, to me, it looked like he was just trying to reach the ball out.
I
think
don't know why, because the defender wasn't there.
To me.
So this was not Deshaun Jackson, or even, and let's be honest, Jonathan Taylor did this last year.
That's why
not dropping the ball a yard or two in front of the end zone. It was not that. He was not intending to drop the ball, but he was trying to switch hands, I think, to celebrate, whatever you want to call it. I think he was more
Yeah,
focused on the
yeah.
celebration than
Yeah.
getting the job done.
Yeah. Keeler's, yeah.
Yes, that is.
Well, so the way I viewed it is like he was right on that sideline. I just wonder if in the back of his mind he thought that he might be stepping out of bounds, so he's trying to reach out. Like I don't know.
Maybe
I'm not trying to like side with him
yeah,
for this, but like I it wasn't like that's my biggest point. What you said, it
yeah.
wasn't him just dropping the ball.
No,
Like
it definitely wasn't that.
like he wasn't intentionally dropping the ball on purpose to go in the end zone to look cool. He was trying to reach it out to secure a touchdown and did the opposite.
The literal opposite.
Yeah. So like I mean, hey, I did 20 DraftKings lineups. I did the $3 20 max, and I put 4 of those into single entries. I ended up basically even. I think I lost $5 or something. And I had Adonai Mitchell on 5 teams. So I liked him. He was 3,100. So it hurt me. Like, it definitely hurt me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it would have been his first career touchdown, by the way. But, like, he was wide open on another play earlier in the game to where the ball wasn't thrown right. Mm-hmm. The ball was overthrown. So, like, we were very close to Adonai Mitchell 170 and 2. Like, very close to that.
Yeah.
Like people don't realize how close we were to Adonai Mitchell 170 and 2. And I think the coaches are going to see that and be like, yeah, maybe we should use him some. Like even though he did also have that block that cost the Jonathan Taylor touchdown, which also did cost them the game.
Yeah.
Like it's, I was saying this with Penix, like he's basically a rookie. Mm-hmm. He didn't really play it all last year. They didn't really give him a chance. And when he did play, it was with Anthony Richardson. So do you count those snaps? Because the ball wasn't getting thrown towards him.
Technically towards him. It just was way over his head.
So, yeah.
What I wonder, and this is real, like not even with those, is this is the issue that the Colts have had.
Yeah. I agree.
4 receivers for 3 spots, and they have a tight end and a running back that are heavily utilized. So,
yeah,
somebody should get traded. To be frank, like whether it's to a team that just lost a receiver, not that those are the teams that very well need it, or what did we talk about with the Cardinals? How would Mitchell
Pierce to the
look?
Cardinals would be so good. It'd be so good,
amazing.
Like he would like Mitchell to the Cardinals for a 3rd round, for like a 4th rounder. Like take the 2-round loss. You don't need them.
And get like a depth receiver back in part of the field.
You can get Greg Dortch back.
Yeah. I mean, totally.
Yeah. So
no, I agree, because that's the issue. Is if you look at the snap share, Pittman snaps were exactly the same. Mitchell basically played Pierce's snaps, and then Doolin played Mitchell's snaps. That's downs didn't really change, and so I just don't know, because Pierce was playing well also, so it's not like Pierce was playing bad.
Pierce is playing really good.
Like like raw talent. Mitchell was a ton of raw talent, but like Pierce is playing well, so I don't think you put him in the shadow realm. So I don't know. I honestly don't know what the Colts do. They do have so much talent. Pittman's looking good. Jonathan Taylor, I know that run didn't count because of the hold, but that was one hell of a run.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And like you said, against the Rams defense, which has been great this year.
Yeah. So speaking of that, this is Pro Football Focus's ranks. This is defensive grades for the season right now. Browns number 1. Who would have thought? Rams number 2. Like I will admit, before the season, like I was one of the people saying the Rams defense wasn't great last year. It got hot at the right time, and I wanted them to make sure. Like I wasn't positive they would have a good defense this year. Because like a lot of the times you see those playoff run defenses, like half the time they are great the next year and half the time they're back to being just okay. Like we've seen that with the Colts in the Colts Super Bowl run. Like they were awesome like the last 2 weeks of the regular season and then all the way through the playoffs. And then they weren't good again the next year. And then Kansas City, like we've seen them a couple times, like kind of fall apart near the end of the season and then in the playoffs dominate and then be good the next year. So like I was wanting to see it. I think we've seen it. Like Jared versus the man. I think he was the other guy over 30% pass rush win rate.
That makes sense.
But if you want to target people for DFS, here you go. Here's the list, guys. Miami, Cowboy, like we all know it. We just read it off in your head. Raiders, Jets, Saints, Panthers, Patriots, Cowboys, and Dolphins. And like, I mean, even the Bengals and Bears, like the Ravens being at 23, like the funny thing is that's going to get worse.
Yeah.
With Matabuke out for the season, like it's going to get worse.
Oh, and like Wiggins and Roquan are probably missing multiple games, and they're hurting.
Yeah, so I just wanted to shout that out. And the Rams are by far, like we'll go back to that for a second. They are by far the number one team in offense. Like
it's crazy that pass blocking is rated so low.
Yeah, and Seattle's number 2, which is really weird.
Yeah, no, I mean, we'll get to the Rams are an awesome team. We'll get to them in a second. But one other thing I want to say about Jonathan Taylor, and I've mentioned it every week, it's such a great sign that it's continuing to happen. 5 targets, 5 catches, only 20 yards, but that kind of extra floor and helps with the ceiling also. I mean, if he had that 50-yard touchdown run, he's RB3 on the week.
Yeah, I've actually been betting the Jonathan Taylor receiving props.
Yeah.
Especially like if I think a game's going to be close between the Colts and another opponent, I'm probably going to bet the receiving prop every week. Yards or receptions based on which, like, what the numbers are. Because he's actually got, I don't know how many receptions he has on the season, but
I think 14. And I think that's what he had last year. He had 15 last year in 14 games. It just feels real good. I will say Josh Downs just can't get more usage even without Pierce. I think this is the Tyler Warren effect now that they have a tight end who can work the middle.
I think the Downs bags are pretty dead. Yeah. Like, actually, Downs to me could be the one that, like, if they were to move somebody.
Yeah, because you could play Mitchell in the slot. Yeah,
I think you could move Downs. And I think you would get more for Josh Downs than Adonai Mitchell.
Yeah, I agree.
And the problem is the Cardinals don't need Josh Downs. There are teams that would, though. But yeah, man, Tyler Warren, he's the best tight end in the league this year, right?
You mean in terms of fantasy points?
I mean,
I guess Hunter Henry right now, but
no, I mean like in actual all around play. And as an actual player, like he's already like the number one tight end. Like I know Brock Bowers is hurt.
Yeah.
And I know McBride dealing with that offense. It's probably actually McBride and then Warren too. But we're going to start seeing all that fun stuff with Tyler Warren. They started mixing it in this week. Like, I wish I would have taken more of him over Loveland.
Me too. Yeah, I was about even on them, but yeah, clearly you should have had Warren over Loveland.
I was 8% and 11 or 12% on Loveland. So, but yeah, the Colts are a really good team. And yeah, that the penalty on the JT run, like he literally hooked the guy and hip tossed him. Like
hook 'em horns.
What do you do?
A little too literally.
Yeah.
And I know Daniel Jones had 2 interceptions, but I thought he continues to look really good. I think it's so clear why they made the decision they made. This Colts team's fun. They're gonna be a tough beat, tough out. If they get to the playoffs, they're gonna be a tough team to beat.
The defense is actually playing pretty good too. Like
Yeah.
I wasn't sure their defense would be great, but their defense, it's not great, but it's good.
Mm-hmm.
It's very serviceable. So on to the Rams. Wide receiver 1, no question on the season.
My God.
Puka Nacua. He is on pace for 178 receptions.
Yeah, like 2,200 yards or something like that.
It's like almost 2,200 yards.
Yeah.
Only 4 touchdowns receiving, but another 4 rushing. So like that's 8. And so, is this pace sustainable? Like it might be. Like
my guess is, part of it. Don't get me wrong, Puka is amazing, but it is also you had Devontae Adams coming to this team and then Stafford missing all of camp. So they have not really played with each other as that transitions. I think it ends up Puka being the leader in terms of targets and receptions, of course. But, I think we could see this end up being like, Puka and Adams fairly close. And of course, Adams is just such the touchdown monster. He is.
They did finally throw a red zone touchdown to Puka.
Yeah, that was shocking. That's like his 3rd of his career.
Yeah. If they start doing that like every other week, like giving him just a target in the red zone,
mm-hmm.
He's not going to just smash. He's going to destroy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I do think the targets start to normalize between Puka and Adams. Like not I don't mean 50-50, but I mean this is like going to be chasing Higgins with Burrow,
Right. Instead of being 15-6, it'll be 12-8 or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's
he's not going to double them up in targets, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. There will be weeks that this happens.
Sure.
There'll probably be a week to where Devontae Adams gets 15 and Puka has 8.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the matchup. Tyler Higbee got 5 targets. I was happy with that. He didn't do much with them, but he got them. Blake Corum turned 2 catches into negative 2 yards. Congratulations. So Corum 29%, Kyren Williams 68%. I will say this was the first game this year that I thought Kyren Williams actually looked really good. Like I think he's looked fine every week, but this week I think he kind of looked a little more explosive than he has the rest of the season. I don't know if that's indicative of the Colts' rush defense or if they did something different with the scheme. It did look like he had more room to run before he got touched, and that's a big deal.
Well, I don't even think it's so indicative of the Colts, but keep in mind the Rams, 2 of their other games are against the Texans and Eagles. Those are even better defenses, so I think that's part of it. And the fumble, that wasn't really, maybe that was on Kyren. That was just kind of a weird situation.
Well, did you see the McVay come out and said that it was all his fault?
He said it was all Kyren's fault or all?
No, he said it was all McVay's fault. He said that. So after that play, you looked on the side, like they showed him on the sideline,
mm-hmm.
and McVay kind of looked like shocked in something that the play call that happened against him was like it was kind of like, oh, I should have known that kind of thing. Like you've seen in his face, you could see I screwed this up. You seen it So basically they had the absolute perfect play defense on, and he didn't see it to call a timeout or something. It's kind of what and McVay is a stand-up guy. He's gonna if he thinks that he messed up and caused his boy Kyren Williams to look bad, he's gonna say it was his fault. If he actually, probably because he believes that it was his fault. that he was in that situation because Kyron got hit as he was getting the ball.
Yeah.
And it was it was an unblocked tackle.
Yeah. And what I will say is I don't think I've ever been more scared for a player than when Matt Stafford had to dive for that loose fumble because you just knew 3 defenders were going to smack him into his back. I was like, oh man, for as good as he's looked. But that's the story of the season so far. Stafford, we had all these concerns. I heard, he was on Pat McAfee today joking that he was cloned or something like that. But I mean, Stafford looks amazing.
Like I was saying it, and I didn't take Puka in the first round purely to try to get Puka to come back to me in the second every time because you could get that. And I wanted my neighbor's Puka teams that I now don't want. And I successfully done that several times. But like I was saying then, I'm like, look, like, because I've done physical labor my whole life. I've worked in a warehouse for 20 years, like 2 different ones. But I pick up stuff like, yes, my back hurts every day. Like basically the same age as Stafford. Yeah, your back's gonna hurt. Like obviously his is probably gonna hurt a little more doing what he does, but like he also doesn't have to work the entire year, either. So it's just a thing that comes with the age. Like your back is gonna hurt if you're doing physical stuff. Like it's just going to happen. I never really thought it was that big of a deal. I was a little worried only because I had 15% Puka.
Mm-hmm.
And I had like 12% Devontae Adams. So like I was a little worried. But I still took them at the same clip because of all that. And yes, like I'm not trying to say that what I do is the same as an NFL quarterback. I'm just saying like he was fine at the end of last year. And it just all of a sudden popped up about the time training camp was supposed to be there. Like it felt like, yeah, well, my back hurts. I don't feel like working now. Like kind of like it is what it felt like to me. And he did have the magical school bus.
But no, I mean the Rams, as you pulled up the stats, like their offense is clicking, their defense is awesome. Stafford is looking great. Kyron's looking fine. I think they're still missing some offensive linemen, so they could be even getting better. We saw Tutu have maybe his only usable game of the year, but hey, it counts.
I didn't pull up the all-22 to double check this, but I heard that on that play, the Colts only had 10 people on the field.
Yep.
So, shout out Colts. You can't blame everything on AD Mitchell. You put 10 people on the field, like
he probably got in the way of the defender who's supposed to go out there. He's talking to him or something.
He would. That defender was actually on the sideline consoling AD Mitchell, telling him everything was going to be okay. That's why he couldn't make it onto the field. So, correction: you can blame AD Mitchell on everything. But yeah, man, the Rams.
And the Rams should be 4-0, right? Like that Eagles game. I mean, yes, special teams count. I get it, but
in my book, the Rams are the best team in the league right now. The Eagles are the most talented team, but the Rams are the best team.
Rams are the best NFC team in my book for sure. I think you could make the case the Bills are better than them, but
yeah. So all of those 2-2 shares that you and I took late in the
hey, we got 1 week out of them.
We got 1 week. It's a round 18 pick. I feel okay about it.
Yep.
I would like more. Probably not going to get it, but we're fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right. On to the Jacksonville Jaguars and San Francisco 49ers. Jacksonville forced 4 turnovers in this game. And Jacksonville defense is legit. Like they are absolutely crushing people. And they actually got better when they pulled Travis Hunter this week. So that is one thing that I didn't fade CMC, but I had like 12% of him in BR because, and he was still a solid pick. I just thought that one of the other people had a chance to nuke more than he had a chance to nuke. And that was absolutely correct because I think the other people actually all outperformed. Like if Taylor had the touchdown, he would have outperformed him. Bijan outperformed him, and James Cook outperformed him. I think.
I don't know if James Cook did. I think he had 1 or 2 points above Cook. But
okay.
Puka and Bijan definitely did, and then Taylor would have been about the same.
Yeah, I ended up putting Puka at 2. I was at the end of it. I just took a bunch of Puka, but the Jaguars line like middle of the field, and their linebackers are like the best in the league in coverage.
They're so active. That Lloyd is, and we knew this when he came out.
And I'm not saying that CMC was going to get shut down by him, but that was going to hamper his ability to do some things.
Yeah.
And we did see that most of the receptions that McCaffrey had were tough.
Mm-hmm.
Like he didn't get easy receptions in this game like he usually does. Not near as many.
No.
So like that call was kind of right. And we knew they weren't going to be able to run the ball up the middle against him. I know he did get his first touchdown of the season, but
it was his second touchdown. He's not had a rushing touchdown yet. Both his touchdowns are receiving.
Were they both receiving?
Yep.
I thought the one.
This was like a shovel pass or something.
Okay. So yep. So yeah, like. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about McCaffrey because of their defense. So number 2, Travis Etienne once again absolutely exploded. Like he looks like he should have the entire time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I maybe there. Look, yeah, I didn't play any Etienne either, but Travis Etienne like. That one run down the sideline to where, number one, why did that that defender bit on the juke where he acted like he was going to run into 4 defenders?
Yeah.
What? Like you had 2 guys right behind you. Why did you cut in with it? Like I don't understand that. Like that was one of those plays I'm sure that he got toasted in the locker room or the film study on because there was. Like all he had to do is push GT into the sideline or make him cut back in. If he cuts back in front of you, you do look stupid, but it's at least the right play because
you're forced.
You got to hope somebody's trailing and can catch up, right?
Yeah.
But you allowed that touchdown to happen 100% by doing it the way you did it. So Bashal Tootin looked fine again. The snap share is definitely. I thought it was going to start leaning a lot more towards Tootin. I think everybody did, and it's not as much. He's down to 24%, but like ETN was crushing this game. So, like I get why. Like I think this was a hot hand approach thing. We have seen Liam Cohen do the hot hand before, so that makes sense.
I actually think this was up for Tootin because of the positive game script. Because there was less LaQuint Allen. Like last week, LaQuint Allen was number 2 in the team in snaps. It was just Tootin actually had more carries when he was in. So it was just more his touches were down. But it is tough when LaQuint Allen's getting about 20% as well.
Oh man, I don't know what the winner was. But yeah, that would have been awesome. Yeah, so LaQuint Allen, he's just like he is what he is.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't have a single carry this week. They'd been giving him carries, so that does make.
Yeah,
I had noticed that he had more than LaQuint, but like did they not run running back quite like 24, 18, so 12, 16, 28. So, okay, they basically had a running back on the field every play. They didn't run any pony, which is fine. But got like Liam Cohen's run. Like we knew one guy from the Liam Cohen run game was going to be awesome. So it looks like it's going to be Travis Etienne.
Yeah, no, we're definitely getting our answer.
Yeah. Brian Thomas Jr., like, he looked like – so, number one, he looked fine. But every time he caught the ball, he went up with both hands and brought it down with both hands and acted like he was scared to not catch the ball, which is fine. Like, he's got to get his confidence back. But he went up and, like, he didn't even look to try to run. Like, he wasn't going to be able to run in those situations. But he caught the ball and tucked it and, like, kind of covered up and then turned around on every reception he had. So at least he knows that what he's doing wrong. And he's absolutely doing what he needs to fix it. Like, it's basically like another rookie season. Right?
So it feels like.
Yeah, like it really does. And maybe he got overconfident. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe his wrist is finally healing up. I don't know. But he finally looked okay again. And I do think that this game, like, it's not a great stat game, not what you want with your picks. But, like, I think that this was a confidence-building game for him. I don't know how Monday night this week's going to go for him, but I think that this is another ETN week, honestly.
Yeah. So what I will say from the positive side is, from a standpoint of, he had roughly a quarter of the targets. He, and receptions and yards slightly lower than that. So, that's positive. They just need to get this passing game more volume and then down the field. Like, the 49ers did throw the ball 7 more times, but they only completed the ball 1 more time, and they had 309 yards to 174. We're just talking a night and day difference. And that's with their top 2 receivers going out, not having, Kittle, et cetera, et cetera. So the Jaguars, this was one positive, is their passing game before had been making more mistakes. So they cut back on the mistakes, but they need to start getting some, like, big chunk plays, explosion plays. They just had too much talent. When you have Strange, when you have Thomas, when you have Hunter. I know De'Ami Brown was out this game. Parker Washington was just running wind sprints, but they need to get these guys going, and I think they can. I think they will. It's just, for whatever reason, like you said, Thomas, it looks like a rookie year. It obviously is a rookie year for Hunter. Hopefully, second half of this year they can really pick it up.
I mean, so to kind of defend Thomas a little bit, I'm going to assume that the Liam Cohen offense isn't an easy offense to learn.
Yeah.
So
I'm also guessing it's night and day difference than what he did last year.
Correct. Well, last year he was just asked to do like over the middle of the field stuff, like the DK Metcalf touchdown, over and over again.
Yeah.
It just beat one guy and then take it to the house. Like, that's how he was so good.
Yeah.
He did other things well, but, like, he was mostly asked to do that. And I kind of thought Travis Hunter would get that this year, and they would ask Thomas to do the real things, and they did. And he failed, and Trevor Lawrence missed him. So, like, now we're back to square one. I do think that by the end of the season that they get it together. They could win this upcoming week. I think that they'll end up losing again. We'll get to KC, but they play KC this week. I kind of think that, like, it's definitely a run game matchup. KC's not great against the run. We're pretty good against the pass. I could see another stinker from Brian Thomas. And, like, I do think that Brenton Strange might be the receiver 1 again.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this game right here could be exactly what happens against KC.
Yeah.
So on to Kansas City, or on to San Francisco. Pearsall got hurt. Juwan Jennings, so it was the other knee.
Yeah,
It wasn't the one that was hurt. It was the other one. Juwan Jennings got exploded. and that was a hit. Like
Ooh.
the fact that he held onto the ball for the touchdown is incredibly impressive. Like he took a helmet right to the rib cage,
Yeah.
like, and held onto the ball like that. That's great. So Christian McCaffrey on pace for 1,300 receiving yards, I think it is.
Something like that.
Yeah. 132 receptions and like 13 receiving yards or 1,300 receiving yards. We got, yeah, so they kind of died out when Ricky Pearsall got hurt and then Juwan Jennings got hurt. Like they couldn't do much on offense. It was
No.
all Tonjes and McCaffrey. And Brock
Which is
Purdy,
not good when Tonja is your number 2 option.
Brock Purdy tried to do too much. He
Yeah.
ended up with a fumble too.
Yeah, fumble. That's how the game got sealed. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think he might have had 2 fumbles, but he had 2 interceptions trying to force balls. But like he had to do something. He had it's one of those times that yes, there was a bunch of interceptions. I don't know how much I really blame that guy for having those interceptions.
Yeah.
Most of them were on 3rd down, trying to make things happen.
The one that bounced off McCaffrey
was all McCaffrey.
Yeah. I mean, I do think Purdy forced it a little bit. It was a little high, but McCaffrey should have gotten that. It was tough. It was tough. I think they're all trying to do too much because they're thin. They just don't have the talent right now.
Yeah, and I will say Demarcus Robinson. I have 20% of him in my 30 second quarter lineups, so that looks really good right now.
I mean,
because Kendrick Bourne had a major drop at the end of that game too.
Awful.
He looks so bad. So wide receiver 1, Demarcus Robinson isn't what you want, but it might be what you need going forward. Like
the revenge game this week.
What? Oh, it is. It is. What is D-Rob's DraftKings number? Because I bet it's a low number.
Yeah, well, it's a Thursday game, so you'd have to play like the full.
Oh yeah, slate. It's not. It's and Pearsall's chances and Jenny's chances to play are even lessened because of the short week.
Yeah, and well, here's the thing: Purdy. They might just set Purdy for it also and say we have no shot this game, like because Purdy is questionable also.
Yeah, like if Purdy sits, I don't see Ricky P and Jennings playing.
No, I think all 3 sit, and they just.
I think so as well. Like
chalk up the loss, and probably McCaffrey is done at halftime. Would be my guess.
So you saying this is a Brian Robinson game?
No, I'm saying this is a game where they get blown out 30-31.
Wait, so you're saying Brian Robinson games don't exist? Is that what you're saying?
I just think I just think they might as well. I know it's a division game, but why risk Purdy's injury? Why, I feel like Kittle could be back in a couple of weeks. If you can rest up Pearsall and Jennings and Purdy, just try and win out the rest of the way,
Yeah, I don't know if Shanahan's going to be like it. I kind of think it's the other way. I think they try to trot Purdy out, and one of the receivers, because they have the extra days of rest. Like, we'll see what happens. Like, I definitely need to pay attention. He's my quarterback in my in one of my dynasty superflex teams. I have 2 of them, and I've won the league 2 of 3 years. Victor and I have won the league 2 of 3 years. So hopefully, I think we're fine either way. We ready to move on to the Ravens Chiefs? You say yeah?
Yeah.
All right. So the Ravens and Chiefs. All I'm going to say is Kansas City is back. Like our offense, they've kind of been playing around with being really good, like throwing the ball deep, all of that stuff. And it was working-ish with Tyquan Thornton, and it's still working with Tyquan Thornton. But Mahomes kind of got cooking at the end of last week. You like at the second half of last week, we seen Andy Reid really start to do his play calling the way he used to do play calling, and we seen him do it this entire game. Like the first 2.5 weeks of the season, Andy Reid like didn't really call plays like he was. Like it felt different. It felt ugly. It felt awful. It kind of felt like a lot of last year, and like he got confidence back, and Xavier Worthy completely let that offense explode. Like he looked incredibly good. Like they were not worried. Very first play of the game, he got the ball, got drugged down by the face mask, straight into his shoulder, got right back up.
Yeah.
No worry. Like it felt horrific at first, and then it felt great. It's like, okay, I think we're good. He was on a limited snap count, 59%. But they ran the offense through him, and like it was a fun, like the deep play action, like the deep ball allowed their offensive line to be able to kind of move people and kind of they ran the ball okay. Yes, Matabuke
He
being
also
out.
ran the ball.
Yeah. So I think that going forward, Kansas City, like when Rice comes back, this offense might be super scary, like really scary.
Yeah.
Because and I mentioned this last week. If like it could be that them learning how to play with Thornton and Brashard Smith and those guys, like to get Worthy and Rice back, to have everything work together and all be cohesive, maybe what we need. Like it kind of looks like that is like all of the hiccups is going to end up being what we needed.
Yeah, I'll definitely be interested to see how they deploy once they get Rice back. And Worthy has full games because, like you said, he only played 59% of snaps, and that was also this was a blowout.
Yeah. Like I'm just saying, like it felt like an old Chiefs game.
Oh,
like
for sure.
Like it didn't. It felt like yes, and Pepper Tony's right. Like the Ravens defense is really bad right now because they don't have anybody healthy, but it just felt different. And from a play calling perspective, the way they were trying to utilize their players, all that stuff, it felt like the old Chiefs. Like
Worthy makes this team so much better.
Yeah,
so much better. My perspective is they still struggle to run the ball outside the Worthy plays. I think they need to find that identity. I like the fact that they're using Brashard Smith more all around. I think he just adds an element to the game that Pacheco really and Hunt just don't have. Travis Kelce looked good this game.
He did. I think adding like this right here is exactly what we were talking about with like I know Tyquan Thornton's fast, but like he's not Xavier Worthy, right? Like with the Cardinals, like you add speed, it makes your slower players look fast. Like because like that's kind of what's going on. Like, and maybe Kelce was just playing with more like more hope. And that's why he like it, which is very possible.
Well, it is also the other issue of Worthy being hurt week one by Kelce is you have this other situation where their other weapons are Kelce, who as a veteran probably needs some time to ramp up. They weren't playing him fully in camp, and Marquise Brown's been dealing with injuries. Juju's dealt with injuries. They've looked so much better these last couple of weeks. Juju
looks good.
Looks really good. I mean,
yeah.
He's just getting open. And I know Rice is going to take a lot of that. But like I said, I'll be interested to see how they actually deploy these receivers because Thornton only played 20% of snaps, 25%.
Right.
He'll still get a few snaps for sure.
34.
But again, that was with Worthy only playing 59.
So Brashard Smith 26, Pacheco 37.
Yeah.
And Kareem Hunt 44. Like, I think that Brashard Smith is going to end up at 50% by midseason. By like week 8, I think Brashard Smith is going to be the guy. Like, that's out there most of the time.
Yeah.
And I think that they will mix in Pacheco and Hunt in for like the short yardage stuff.
Yeah.
Like Rashard Smith, like they've talked the whole offseason about the Jerick McKinnon role. And I think with having the deep threat of Worthy, who's basically like, I'm not saying he's Tyreek Hill, but that's the role he's playing. Like having the McKinnon underneath, a faster version. Like I think Rashard Smith is a better version of what McKinnon was. Like if he gets unlocked, like
I think he has the potential. I mean, McKinnon was very good.
No, he was really good.
Yeah.
And he was. I guess I'll say he would be a more explosive because he's faster. But he's not he's not going to run people over or break as many tackles probably, but he can run by people a little better.
Yeah.
And it'll look better aesthetically.
I think since McKinnon went downhill, they've lacked that role. They really have. And that even more so than losing Tyreek Hill, you could make the case was the issue, right?
Right.
Because it was like guys would get open, whether it's MVS or Justin Watson. Sorry to bring him up again, but it wasn't enough. And I think the McKinnon was, he was like the third option on that team for a couple of years, and he won't be in this offense, but it just adds another element because this is the deepest their wide receiver room has been under Mahomes. Once Rice comes back.
Even with
even right now, I think it is like a healthy Worthy. Like it's so good. And Kelsey is not the Kelsey he was a couple years ago, but they have Noah Gray there. Their tight ends are above average still. Like they don't have the best tight end in the league, but they don't have the worst tight end. Like they're good there. So having Rashard Smith is just so huge, and their offensive line looks the best it's looked in a couple years. Like Simmons is legit.
Yeah, he does look good. So onto the Ravens side, I was actually predicting this game to be a blowout for the Ravens and not the Chiefs. And I was kind of in on Derrick Henry this week, who absolutely got game scripted out of this game.
Yeah, I mean Henry was fine.
But I was right with the fact that running game was a big part. Like Justice Hill, 2 touchdowns, like gigantic score.
Yeah.
I know you have quite a bit of Justice Hill. So
I also had Justice Hill in my first quarter. Unfortunately, I had other things go wrong.
I had Dobbs on the one where all my wide receivers were dead. And that one had a very low owned Ladd. If Ladd would have put up QJ's stat line, I might have done some. Like I finished with like 138 or something. Like I wasn't going to get there. Like the team, like I had 5 dead players going into it. Like, and the other one I had 2. So, and Diami Brown, I needed him to play to give me a 5th wide receiver. I had 4 active wide receivers. I still put up with 138. So, like, I feel like that's fine. The one that had the one that had more people active was Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley, who I told you I didn't like the Saquon. And JT, he could have had a big day, but he did.
Donnie Mitchell.
But like going into the last set of games, I was in 374th. I was in dead last.
Yeah.
I think dead last in all of those should be double the entry. Like for Best Ball Mania, if you're dead last, you should get 6,000. 6,000 for like double the 3,750. Right? Like I think you should get double. Like just take it away from like 9th place or whatever. Like or something. Like I think that'd be a cool little sweat. It's like I don't want my guy to score at the very end, It'd be at least run a tournament like that. Maybe not in BBM, but like maybe something.
No, the Ravens side, they did run the ball well. Like Lamar didn't have his normal scrambles, and of course he was banged up, but Henry was running well. course, Justice Hill was mainly that one run at the end. But Justice Hill was good as a receiver beforehand, including the Ravens' other touchdown. They honestly, they kept stalling out. The Lamar had the bad interception as well, because they just didn't look comfortable. And then of course Lamar goes out, and they were losing guys left and right. They lost Ronnie Stanley.
Like Matabuke went out.
Well, he didn't play at all, but it was when Roquan and Nate Wiggins went out. Like, Roquan, it was over.
And Lamar, like, it was kind of weird because it kind of felt like he played and then like he just kind of sat down and didn't show up. Like, but it kind of felt like maybe he was just because it was 13 to whatever at that point, 13 to 30 or something, that maybe they were just going to give up in the fourth quarter. But then later it came out and said there was absolutely no way that he could have went in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But like you see it on the sideline, like he looked perturbed, like not perturbed. He looked upset, like he might be hurt. Like you could see it in his face that he looked worried. He had a look of worry on his face.
And I mean, clearly it was bad that he's going to miss multiple weeks. Like there's no question on that. So, but it would be interesting to see what we see these next couple of weeks with Cooper Rush. I mean, Mark Andrews has looked better these last two games, so that's positive. But
Bateman
I think
disappeared again.
he one catch from Lamar, but then they didn't throw to him again. Like Cooper Rush probably does make sense. Like Zay will probably get, because most of Zay's production was with Cooper Rush. Like roughly half his yards were Cooper Rush yards.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens here. The Rashad Bateman, like, turning back into a pumpkin after, like, he's like, I don't know what's going on there. Like, and Derrick Henry didn't get his chance to revenge. What do you like? They play the Texans this week.
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Henry has historically wrecked the Texans.
Yeah,
like to a nuclear degree.
My guess is they try to get Henry going early and often.
I think so too.
You're not going to win Cooper Rush, especially if Ronnie Stanley. I don't know the latest on Ronnie Stanley, but if you don't have Ronnie Stanley to try and slow down the Texans pass rush, it's going to get ugly fast.
Yeah. So on with this as well. Xavier Worthy somehow leads our team in rushing.
Yeah.
Like our rushing game is bad.
No, that's the one issue right now for the Chiefs is they can't run the ball.
Yeah, but if Mahomes is doing Mahomesian things like he did last week, like
it's not going to matter too much.
It might not matter.
Yeah.
So on to a wild game. We got the Chicago Bears and the Las Vegas Raiders. What do you have to say about this? Take the Bears side.
Okay. Well, I feel like they were all at Vegas casinos the night before for the first half. They just didn't show up in the first half. They played a little better in the second half. Odunze still was the number one. Komet was peppered, with no Loveland there. They cannot run the ball to save their life. The Raiders defense, which is outside of Max Crosby, is not exactly world beaters, but they just controlled the line of scrimmage, got a ton of pressure, dominated running plays. They tried to do some cute things with like Luther Burden and more, and it just didn't work. They need to figure it out. I mean, we saw both good and bad Caleb in this game. And that just, that's going to keep happening, I feel like. But
this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, clearly.
I played a couple Cocomet lineups this week. I even took him at some BRs.
I did too. Yeah.
And I had one that would have jumped up into like the top 50 if he would have got a touchdown. And like, I felt really smart about that. Like, so he had 9 targets. 9.
Mhm.
He only caught 3 of them, and he had like 3 drops.
Yeah.
Like his product, like he should have had 101 for sure. Like 100
Oh,
reception
he was
or
open. He was
100
open.
receiving
Yeah.
yards and at least 1 touchdown. And one of them was another red zone. I think he had 2 red zone targets. One of them was kind of a ball that Caleb was more or less throwing away that he could have thrown towards him, like going back up towards the pylon. Like that one's kind of thrown away. But there was another one in the red zone that he just dropped.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear that mower?
I heard something, but
Okay.
no, the and I was the same Odunze in my lineup that finished 40th in the Wildcat. I had Odunze. Everything else was like basically the nuts. So I needed more from Odunze. It was
Yeah. It was a Genty, Adunze, Cole Komet, Caleb Williams stack. So like uh the Komet touchdown would have been 10 points.
oof, yeah.
So it was huge. And I had there's a Hampton team, and I think like I wasn't gonna get like first because it was like Devontae Adams, I think.
Hmm.
Um so but still a good lineup.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean the Bears, they
So the one thing I want to say about the Cole Komet thing, like just imagine what Loveland's going to do.
I guess my only
Like
concern is do they give up, because that was a problem is the first couple of weeks Komet was getting like 2 or 3 targets, like
I,
they
I think
essentially
I think
consolidate everything here.
I think he played bad enough. Like I honestly think Komet played pretty bad.
Yeah.
I
No, I
think that
mean, he did.
because of how he played, and they have the bye week, I think
That's
when they
true.
come back, I think they just hand it over. I think whatever the props are for Loveland on week 6, I'm probably smashing all of them.
That's fair. The other thing I'll say is like DJ Moore, he plays more snaps than Zacchaeus, but they scheme out more targets to Zacchaeus.
Yeah,
Whenever Luther Burden's in, they scheme out targets to him. They obviously like throwing to Dunze. I think the tight end is going to be a factor. It just feels like DJ Moore is just totally lost in space. If I was the Bears, I'd try and trade DJ Moore, and because Zacchaeus is playing well enough, and just
yeah.
get Burden more involved. But
I want to apologize to everybody because I said that like Luther Burden's underdog. Did you see his yardage total on underdog for Pick'ems?
no.
I said it was a smash, and it was 4.5 yards, and he got 2 receptions. Like I feel like I'm right. Yeah,
Except it was the other way.
I feel like I'm right, but like he got a -4 yard and a 0 yard.
Yeah.
But like 2 receptions and didn't get 4.5 yards. Like that feels pretty unlucky. Like
Especially
honestly,
when in other games he was getting like downfield targets. He didn't get that this game.
yeah, no, he didn't. Yeah, I don't know what they were doing with Luther this game.
Yeah.
It felt really weird that he wasn't used as much, and it's not like the Raiders so number one, Max Crosby was all
Freak.
over. He was
Yeah.
all over. Like I think that they may have just changed their entire plan when he tipped the ball up to himself.
Yeah.
Because Caleb had several balls batted down, and that's not something Caleb has really struggled with that much. Is balls batted. He had several tipped and batted this game.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that it might have gotten to his head. And one of my biggest knocks on Caleb has always been, does he have the mental toughness? I'm not saying he doesn't. Like he came back and played well.
Yeah.
But he did end up having more balls tipped, and it could just be that the Raiders defensive line has Max Crosby on it, and that means good things are going to happen for you.
No, I mean that's fair.
Yeah. But yeah, Zacchaeus, That is so hilarious.
I know.
Like, all right, on to the Raiders.
Oh, one other thing I'll say is I know Swift got the touchdown, but he is not running well. Monangai ran better. Maybe we'll see more of him going forward.
Yeah, and it's post-bye rookie bump.
Yep.
Like legit. After the bye week, Swift does look really good in the receiving game, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Monangai definitely has the ability to carve out a role, for sure. So on this side, Brock Bowers, we'll get to Genty last because it's obvious, like he's so good. But 6 receptions, five receptions, 6 targets. He what was his snap share? It was 77%. So pretty good. Like he's still wearing the brace. I wonder if it comes off this week. But like 3 of those receptions was on the last drive. Like they didn't use him until the very end of the game. Like when they were about to lose or try to seal the victory, they're like, hey, we have this guy who's the best tight end in the league. Why don't we use him? But it took them all the way till then to try it. I don't understand that. Like this year of play calling by the Raiders has been insane. I know Geno didn't play great. He had 3 interceptions, only 117 yards.
Yeah.
Like this is 2 of the last 3 games. Geno Smith has pretty much single-handedly tanked the Raiders.
Yeah.
And they traded for him. Like,
yeah, if you could go back, I mean, bravo to the Seahawks. They trade away Geno, sign Darnold for less money, and are just cooking.
Yeah. Sup Coolers, unblock me. What Sup Coolers had? That's funny because Coolers one day said, he's like, I think he said he had like 240 some people blocked. And he's like, I'm thinking about just unblocking everybody and seeing what chat actually looks like. So I don't know if he ever did that, but yeah. But I do think that part of the play calling was because Geno has looked that bad.
Yeah.
But like maybe the way to get him to be able to succeed is to do that early in the game.
No, I agree.
They finally decided to use Ashton Genty in the receiving game 2 times. It resulted in 2 touchdowns.
It worked.
It might be that you need to use that part of the game where Bowers and Genty are going to be great at to get Trey Tucker deep. Like kind of like what happened last week.
Well, I know 2. I can't remember who the third one was. It might have been also 2 of the interceptions were targeting Myers. I feel like Geno was just staring him down, and they weren't good throws. But I think this was like they just were not. I don't know if it was the injury. They weren't trusting Bowers early enough. They weren't focusing on him. And it cost them in multiple ways. But yeah, Geno is, it's like every other week. First week against the Patriots, he shreds their defense. Week 2, throws 3 interceptions. Last week against Washington, it was mainly, come from behind garbage time, but he shredded them. And then this game, he throws 3 interceptions again. I mean, those touchdowns could have easily been Genty runs. You know what I mean? Like, so his game would have looked so much worse, but
it's not like the Bears are an elite pass defense either.
No,
so like that's the really scary part. It's not like this is the Eagles or like Kansas City or somebody who has a really good what's going to happen. Like when he goes against Kansas City, he's going to throw for 305 or something. Like it's not going to make any sense. But yeah, so the real story here, though, is this man right here, Ashton Genty. Like, finally got him to run the ball outside of the middle of the offensive line that doesn't block. And good things started happening. Like everyone was saying, like, your offensive line can't block in the middle. get him on the edges, let him actually get a little bit of space. Like he had an off tackle run that went for that 64 yarder. Like, but running in the heart of the defense is not what you're going to be able to do with your offensive line.
Yeah, and just his style of running, like he's got enough speed. He has great contact balance. He can get off things, but he can't get hit in the backfield, by a 320-pound defense tackle, and then shake that off and then get hit by a 250-pound linebacker. Like it's just not going to work. So yeah, they finally got him going, and I do think we talked about this with Hampton. It was also confidence. He ran with a lot more confidence.
Yeah, he did.
I think he got going early, and then he could keep going.
Well, yeah, because like him and Hampton both like showed why they were first round picks.
Yeah,
and why, and we'll get to Harvey in a minute, but Harvey kind of showed why he was a second round and not an earlier pick. I mean, a second round for him was higher than people expected.
Yeah.
So, and I think Hampton and Genty both have more power than Scattaboo, although we love Scattaboo. Like we knew that, right?
Yeah.
Like they're just bigger backs. They have more power. They are elite talents is what they are.
Absolutely.
And nobody was talking about it, but like Hampton, like the reason I was so heavy on Omarion Hampton was because you look at that roster, like Hampton was never asked to receive the ball, but did an okay job at North Carolina. But you look at their roster and it's like nobody else on this roster is going to catch balls out of the backfield.
Mm-hmm.
So if they need a guy in there to catch balls out of the backfield, it's most likely him.
Yeah.
So like to me, that was like clear RB. Like worst case scenario, it's a 50-50 split with Najee getting the dirty work stuff and him getting all the fun stuff. And he profiles as both.
What did you make of the Raiders? Because the first couple of weeks they were using Zamir White, but then they bring in Dylan Lowby. And here we actually see Genty and Mostert even getting target as well. Like this is what it should be. Like Genty needs to be receiving the ball as well.
Yes.
Like, I'm sorry, Dylan Lowby is not a thing.
Yeah, I want him to be awesome, but he's not. So 2 out boogie. We generally it's about 15 minutes per game that we talk. So it turns out to be about 4 hours ish. We've been cutting it down, believe it or not. Genty needs to be used more. Like just because of the offensive line, they need to break him more to the outside. This is all. Like that's all it is. Like kind of what the Falcons do on offense. Like if they ran an offense like the Falcons run, they would be in such better shape.
Mm-hmm.
Use your receivers. Like so Bowers, take him to the flats and stuff. Send Trey Tucker and Thornton deep. Like I'm sorry, but like Best, Myers, Bowers, we all knew they were kind of the same play. They're all kind of the same play. Like if the Raiders continue to lose, and I think they will, trade Jacoby Myers.
Yeah.
Like I like Jacoby as a player. He's an awesome player, but he doesn't deserve this offense, and this offense doesn't need him.
Yeah.
And this isn't for this is more with Genty there. I think you need Thornton on the field instead of Myers to send people and Trey Tucker. I think those two make more sense with Bowers and Genty to pull people deep than Jacoby Myers does. But maybe I'm wrong. That's kind of what I take.
No, they need to unlock something. It's not looking right.
Like they have the players to do what Arizona needs to do, but they're playing like Arizona.
Yeah.
Which makes it way worse. like at least they have the players to do that. And like the
Yeah.
weeks that they use it that way, they explode. And it could just be like their offensive line wasn't great again.
Yeah,
Like,
and Colton Miller got hurt, and
yeah. So like I do think Gino like was kind of hurried and all that. But the best way to stop a big pass rush is to use the flats in short passes. And they have these players to do that. And Gino couldn't make that work. So I don't know. I had the Raiders at like 7 wins. I'm kind of feeling like they may be 5.
yeah,
Like I thought they
yeah,
would be a little better.
yeah. It feels kind of like a situation like the Saints. They got the skill talent. They don't have the offensive line of the Saints. Geno's better than Rattler, but it's just like it's not all coming together, and they're more talented than this.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, on to the wildest game of the weekend, in my opinion, and the first tie in a couple of years.
Yeah.
We got the Green Bay Packers at the Dallas Cowboys. Green Bay Packers did not succeed in Jerry's world. What do you what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean that's a first, and then of course Micah Parsons like coming back. I really thought he was just going to dominate, have a monster game.
I did.
Like I want to give the Cowboys a ton of credit. Not only the Parsons situation, they're down multiple guys, including CD Lamb, their number one guy, and they play the Packers, who I know the Packers just lost to the Browns, but they play the Packers to a tie. That is really good. Like I think the Packers are a legitimately good football team. Their defense is good, and Dak was awesome.
Yeah,
and
Dak was very good.
and it is crazy that blocked extra point that they returned that did swing it, because it should have been a 14-0 game at that point, and instead goes 13-2, and from that point on, Dallas played so much better. First, just back to the Packers, I know I kind of went on the tangent there. Boy, Josh Jacobs is awesome. I mean, this guy, first couple of weeks they were like, oh, he's not going to get any catches. He leads the team in receiving yards, 4 catches, 71 yards, big exploding runs, running and receiving. The 2 touchdowns, even played with the cut knee or whatever down the stretch. Yeah. Jordan Love had a really good game. They are, Romeo Doubs had the 3 touchdowns and led the team in targets. They are truly lacking a number 1 receiver. Maybe he'll be golden at some point. He's just not consistent enough.
He did run the wrong route and get a 50-yarder. I'm assuming that was him being in the wrong spot. I'm going to guess that the rookie stole the ball. So in my Discord, we were talking, and I was like, he just big brothered him. He's just.
I will say they went to him on that last drive on that 4th down where he caught it, which was, shows some confidence. But he also had 2 negative catches. Like they need to figure that out a little bit more. And again, post bye, we'll see. They did get Savion Williams involved some. Emmanuel Wilson actually looks good as the number 2 back to Jacobs. I think that's notable. And
I mean, it should be Marshawn Lloyd. And it
should be, but he's just never healthy. So I'll be interested when Lloyd is healthy. Like Wilson, he's playing well. And Tucker Kraft's still very good. And, I think he was down at the 1. He almost had the touchdown. But yeah, I just feel like because I know you're high in Savion Williams. When he was out there, they got him involved. I'll be interested to see if that continues.
I mean, I don't want to I'm not going to victory lap the say. I'll be happy if Savion gets me some points, but I thought he was going to take some from Jaden Reed, regardless, and that was not going to happen. So a victory lap by injury to me doesn't count. So, I can't say I do think that they were going to scheme up some plays for him.
Yeah.
Either way, I just think that it's going to accelerate, and they have a bye this week. I do think in week 6 we could see some more of those schemed up kind of things for Savion.
I agree.
So Golden only 59% routes, Wicks at 77, Dobbs at 90, Luke Musgrave got 30. And yeah, like you said, Savion only 12. But Dontavian Wicks only turned 4 targets into 2 catches for 19 yards.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he was out there, but he definitely wasn't a focal point.
Yeah,
I think the Packers are a good team. They just do lack a true number 1 receiver, right? Like that's their big thing. And I know maybe they'll get Watson back at some point or whatever, but I honestly don't know if that's the answer either.
Yeah, the rumors were that he was going to be ready week 5. We've not heard that rumor since, and it's week 5.
Well, I saw something today that there'll be a conversation about when he'll be ready or something like that. And it's like, okay.
Kind of like the Joe Mixon one.
A little bit, maybe slightly.
We'll have more news in October.
Yeah.
Like, it sounds pretty cryptic. Yeah. So to me, this game was proof that the Packers aren't near as good as we think. They're still good. But like every bone in my body wanted them to lose the game at the end, where they completely botched everything up and had 0 time management skills, but still got everything to work with 1 second left. Like they could have done that in so many different ways. To me, they deserve to lose the game because of how poor that worked out.
It was terrible clock management.
It was horrible clock management. And I want Kansas City to lose our games whenever we do that stuff. I cannot stand the bad clock management stuff. Like it was some pretty obvious stuff too.
Yeah.
Like throwing it in the middle of the field with 10 seconds left. Like, what are you doing? Like, it made no sense. Like, they skated out very luckily. Usually you have to be set for a full second before you snap the ball and spike it. I don't know if they were required to do that. I think they kind of let them get away with it. I didn't go back and double check, but maybe they got it all done. It's almost like they added the second back on. I don't know. The FBI investigated. Did you hear that? Somebody at work told me that. I'm like, well, obviously they're going to do that because the government wants to look at anything that's not related to the government. So, yeah, that makes sense to me. It's more about there's $1.1 billion on the game, right?
Yeah.
So obviously, and that was, but yeah, that was the week before, and it was also the Packers that were involved in that one. So the plot thickens, right? So Kevontae Turpin, obviously he's my go-to. 61% snaps. I don't know if you've seen what I've seen. I'm looking at it with rose-covered glasses. He was open a lot.
Oh yeah, that one at the end where they went to Pickens and Turpin beat his guy. Yeah,
Turpin was open 4 plays for wide open touchdowns. A couple of those were pass rushes that got there that got Dak off script and all that. But Turpin was cooking the corners. Absolutely. When he was out there, he was cooking. He easily should have had a gigantic game. I think that they're going to see that on film and use him a little more. George Pickens, I thought was going to get doubled the whole game. They decided not to double the only guy that has done something.
Pass defense game plan was, but it was really bad.
Well, the Packers' game plan was to lose this game. They did everything they could possibly do to lose the game.
Yeah.
They didn't win it, so at least there's that. But yeah, I'm not trying to take anything away from the Cowboys because the Cowboys came in and played over their ceiling.
Yep.
they played the best possible game they could have. George Pickens, the lights were on, and he came out and absolutely destroyed. So, like, I cannot take that away.
First catch down the sideline between like two defenders was gorgeous. I mean, great throw also by Dak, but
and you said it. Dak is absolutely like he is on right now.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was just gonna say, and what was interesting was, like they were behind, and they brought him back, and you could tell Dak. Like we've said it before, like years past, when Dak is healthy and cooking, like he's a top quarterback. We've seen it in stretches many years, and I could see it. Especially when Lamb comes back, this offense could be so good.
Yeah, and like this is like, to be honest, this is one of those things that like every once in a while an injury to your star helps your team grow into a better team.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the star comes back, you just have a better overall team chemistry. That could be what happens here. Like,
yeah,
because Dak has, for the last 3 seasons, just relied on CeeDee Lamb and only CeeDee Lamb. So forcing him to not do that may be the best blessing for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I said that with Kansas City with the Worthy thing. Like, sometimes that's kind of what and it seems like as long as Worthy ends up staying healthy, like, and when CD comes back, he stays healthy and is healthy, like it could be a good thing as long as they can win or stay in enough games that they don't get too far out. And like, as long as their season stays alive, it could be a good thing for a playoff push. And like, I don't think the Cowboys have the defense for a playoff push, but they sure have an offense that's capable of it.
I mean, sometimes an offense carries you. I mean, that's what Washington did last year. Washington's defense was awful last year. Their offense absolutely carried them.
And like this is the story of the game to me. Like, that was funny. Said his mom was over watching the game and she had anxiety, and then that gave him anxiety. But yeah, their offensive line, like Tyler Booker was out, and they looked awesome. Like in this game, versus like they had a really, really good game plan. Hey, let's double Micah Parsons. We know that Micah Parsons. We know he's good. We know he can write games. And we know the Packers defense was just average before Micah Parsons. So let's take Micah Parsons out of this. Like, that's what they were last year. Like, a lot of the Packers defense is still there. They weren't bad, but they didn't have a guy that made everybody else better.
Yeah.
I talked about that after week 1, like how much difference it made. I think other teams are going to see this, and we're going to have to see because their other edge is really good, but not like elite.
Yeah, they have a lot of depth on their defensive front, which is why they were able to trade away Kenny Clark. Honestly, the big thing was their secondary. Their secondary played their worst, just a terrible game. They were getting cooked. I mean, Tolbert was open, Turpin was open, Pickens was catching everything, Ferg was open. I mean,
I took Turpin in my dog bowl today.
Nice.
I actually I picked at 10, and I didn't like anything that was there because I think the 10 spot's like the worst spot.
Mm.
So I brought up Brees Hall all the way in front of like Scattaboo and them. I'm like, from here I can bring up Hall, pick up Pickens, and then hopefully push Dak to round 5, which I successfully done, and then take Turpin. So I got the double stack.
I mean, Dak's gonna have
with the Brees Hall dominates with the Dak double stack bring back. With I think it was Laporta, and I brought up Woody Marks against the Ravens as well.
Yeah, no, that feels good.
Yeah, so that's my one I'm going to do. I got my Turpin. I got to pull up Woody Marks. I feel pretty good about it. Like, they're all plays that I think are highly volatile, but very explosive.
No, for sure.
I'm not saying I'm going to win, but I'm saying there is definitely a path with that team to win. So we got Javonte Williams once again looked very solid. His ceiling looks pretty high now that Miles Sanders is probably out. We might see Jaden Blue. Like his coach speak came out today. It said Jaden Blue is trending in the right direction to be active. Like he's your number 2. You got to bring somebody up the street to not play him. Like what?
I mean, they could go with Lepke and Turpin as a combo or something.
Yeah, like let me find the exact quote.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
Okay, Jaden Blue is very close to being active on game day. He's practicing really well. I challenged him a few weeks ago on being consistent. He's done that. He's become one of our best offensive practice squad players. He gives the defense incredible look with his speed, playmaking ability, so very close. So, like, what? like, this is right after the quote that says, Miles Sanders has a little ankle injury. I think most of the tests came back good, so I think he's trending to be able to play. So, okay, maybe he is playing.
Yeah, so that's probably not good for Blue.
No, that's not good for Blue. We could do that. Like, join my Discord down below, and we can talk there. Like, I would be fine doing like a couple of great locker room guy for your best ball teams. Yeah, absolutely. Like, getting the coach speak for the practice. Like, he's the best practice. Like, hey man, I got the best practice squad player on the Cowboys. Like, I'm golden. It's absolutely going to be awesome. Glad I took him in the 12th round. You know, like, yeah. I don't have Discord. Just download it. It's easy. It's free. Like, it's completely free, so it's not going to hurt. And there's tons of good information out there and other channels as well. But yeah, we got I thought Jake Ferguson would be hyper targeted, but he was very efficient on the targets he got. Another good game, seven receptions, 40 yards, touchdown. Jalen Tolbert actually looked pretty good. Like, that comeback that he had on that Dak scramble was excellent football.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was very, very well done football. Like,
yeah.
Like, there's and yes, I know I'm championing Turpin, but like, I understand Tolbert is a good player. And he's the better one-to-one fit for CD. But I think that if they want explosion, if Pickens is doubled, Turpin is the guy. So I think that this week, like the matchup this week between Dallas and the Jets is going to be absolute fire.
Yeah, Jets defense is bad.
It is. Like, how many?
In a second. Yeah.
Yeah, like we are actually. We ready to move on to that?
Yeah. Let's just go with that.
Yeah, we'll just piggyback that right into the New York Jets versus the Miami Dolphins. Like, so how many first round defensive talent do they have that are underperforming right now?
The Jets? Oh,
yeah, like 7.
Yeah, I mean, I know Quincy Williams is out, but other than that, they're pretty healthy, right? And
yeah,
they're looking awful.
Yeah, they look really bad. And like, I think they said Sauce Gardner leads the league in like penalties.
Oh, wow.
Or something.
I
think I heard that.
Sure,
yeah, I think I heard that on the broadcast last night. I'm gonna look some stuff up real quick if you want to go on about that.
So let me just start with the Jets. Like, another one, Braylon Allen. He looked so good and then gets hurt. Unfortunate. Sounds like he's going to miss some time. Breece Hall will take on a bigger role, but clearly they're going to use Isaiah Davis a fair amount as well. The Jets, positive, Mason Taylor was involved. And as we talked all along, like, rookies starting to get more confident, more involved in the game, makes sense. Justin Fields is such a good fantasy quarterback and such a bad real life quarterback. It's one of those things. Just we talked about him earlier, Sam Darnold, and just because the Jets connection, like, of course, in fantasy you want Justin Fields over Sam Darnold, but in real life you want Sam Darnold over Justin Fields.
Yeah,
like your win percentage is going to be better with the current version of Sam Darnold, the current version of Justin Fields. Darnold's obviously been in the league slightly more, but yeah, it's just and I don't even think it's like a Jets offensive line issue. Like Fields just doesn't look good. I talked about it a little on my show before. He had 27 attempts, and it felt like you could have given him 40 attempts. Not that he'll ever get there. And this passing offense is going to be bad. I mean, Garrett Wilson got there at the very end, an amazing touchdown grab. I don't know why they didn't go to more earlier, and then a fluke play at the end to get to 80 plus yards. But I mean, you have such a talent in Garrett Wilson. This was my concern with the Jets, is just passing volume is going to be so low. Garrett Wilson is getting like 38% of the targets, but boy, this offense doesn't look great. I mean, their rushing offense is good with Fields and Hall, but I do worry the loss of Braylon Allen. And then defensively, I know who's looking it up. Like their defense is just plain awful, and we'll get to that in a second.
I was looking up. I didn't know where to look it up, but I found it. So Gardner has four penalties on the season, which is quite a bit 4 weeks in.
Yeah,
as from the DB position, like that's not great. But yeah, like talking positive though, Mason Taylor.
Oh, for sure.
He didn't look good in the first half because they didn't throw to him, but in the second half they let's let Jason Taylor watch his Dolphins and his son both perform well.
Yeah.
Because we're not going to win, so let's let Jason Taylor at least see his son win and his former team. Yeah. So, like, I thought Mason Taylor looked awesome. Like I think that's kind of what they need. They need another guy to like that's part of the reason the pass offense isn't there. Like, yes, Garrett Wilson has that giant target share, and it's deserved, but I don't think if you ask him, he would say he wants a 38%.
Yeah.
He would want somebody else to help him get open, like
exactly.
Like when Breece Hall is your number two, like this is what we said all offseason, you and I.
It's these three guys.
That's it. Those three. Like, that's it. Like, that is all they have. This is a team that, if they were going to be a winning team, could call the Colts and ask for one of those players.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't really put it on Justin Fields and his lack of low passing. I put it on the fact that they don't have people to get open unless Garrett Wilson gets open. And Mason Taylor's a rookie. I think that as the season goes, it will get higher. I think that this will work out pretty well.
Yeah, I think definitely promising for Mason Taylor. I think, and this is kind of the tough thing with Breece Hall, and Hall was helped a little bit losing Braylon Allen, is he got 6 targets in this game, which is, I think, the high for the season. And it's just like, if he's not going to get touchdowns, if he's not going to get more targets, maybe he will without Braylon Allen. But it's just they're going to be a low volume passing offense, and there are many of those around the league for sure. But
yeah,
I just feel like this team, like I will give Justin Fields credit, is he only took 2 sacks. He didn't have any interceptions, so that's big.
He had a really good game, and he had a weird amount. Like, he either had all day to throw or instant pressure.
Yeah,
like what it was one or the other. Like it was so weird. Like, they could not get, like, unless they beat him off the ball, they couldn't get past him.
Well, and that was the thing is, and they talked about this a little on the broadcast, is without blitzing, the Dolphins couldn't get any pressure.
Yeah.
And that's also a Dolphins issue. Like, they just don't have enough defensive talent.
No, they don't.
So I think the other thing, and I think you and I are probably in the same boat on this, is what if this was any other defense but the Dolphins? You know, what this was, I mean, we already saw what the Bills did to him a couple weeks ago. We saw, you know, what Tampa did. Like week 1, Fields carved up the Steelers, but if it was the Steelers defense of the last 2 weeks, I don't think he's doing that. You know, like they got a ton of pressure these last 2 games.
It was also a revenge game. He knew him.
Yeah.
The revenge game narrative, although overplayed, is true. Like it happens.
Sure.
It absolutely happens.
But I'm just saying, like, quality defenses.
Well, we don't find out this week.
Yeah.
Like we got another. So we don't actually find out. Like, so if I remember from the second quarter stuff, it's the Jets have like the by far best schedule for the second quarter, because I think it's Dallas and then the Broncos, but that's your 40% win week. And then I think it's the Panthers and Patriots or Dolphins or something. Like it's something like that. Like it is like I can look it up, but like we're not going to find out for a while.
Yeah. So this game was interesting because I felt like both offenses were kind of the same. Like on paper, it looks fine. Like Tua had 2 touchdowns also, but $177. You know, they ran well, but it's like both defenses are just so bad. And I just don't think these offenses are actually near this good.
Okay.
It's just the defenses are bad.
In week 9, we'll find out. So the next games for the Jets are Cowboys, Broncos, probably find out a little there. And then the Panthers and Bengals. Like I have 30% of Breece Hall, 20% Braylon Allen, 30% Garrett Wilson, 30% Justin Fields in second quarter, because that schedule is insane. And then in week 9, they play the Browns. So like you got 3 of the easiest games possible, and then 2 of the hardest games possible with the Broncos and Browns. We're going to see night and day games here with the Jets. I think
that's pretty fair.
Absolutely. So I was joking in bad faith that the Jets brought a patch of MetLife Stadium with them and placed it in front of Tyreek Hill. Just because like it's just I love, I mean, I'm a Chiefs fan. I love Tyreek Hill. Like for as much as negative stuff that he's done and like off the field, all that stuff, like if you take all that away, you just watch this man play football. He's one of the most exciting players to ever touch grass.
Yeah.
Like he is so good at what he does. He brings so much energy to both sides of the, like, because he gets into the defenders' minds and like he'll chop it up with them, right? Like he's just a fun player. Like I didn't take a whole lot of them in best ball, so like it doesn't hurt me that much. But I still wanted to see him play and be somewhat successful.
Yeah.
I hope, I'm going to assume, like he's also an absolute speed guy. That's all he has. I mean, he's good at route running, good at everything else, but this is the kind of player that when an injury like this happens, they probably don't recover. And if they do, they're not going to be the same player at all.
Yeah.
So like unlike Godwin, who plays like a big body style role and always has, like he has a chance to come back and be the same player. Tyreek Hill, in my eyes, like if he doesn't retire and he tries to come back next year, he's going to be, what do you think? 8th round, 9th round, maybe. Like if he's good to go week 1, like where do you put him? Like I don't know.
To me, that would be even a surprise. This is like the. I mean, granted, it's much early in the year, but this is like the Tank Dell injury a couple of years ago. And I mean, I don't think we'll get that kind of reporting. I mean, look, we didn't get that kind of reporting about Brandon Ayuk. But even if you somehow had that, I'd be shocked to take him before the 10th round because wherever he's at, he's not going to be the number 1 on the team. You know, I don't think it'll be with the Dolphins. Like, let's say he gets cut and signed somewhere else. Like, they'll be picking him up to be the number 3 anyways. So
he would end up in KC and everybody would like boost him. I mean, like that's what's going to happen. Or he goes to the Cardinals to where he's the only speed guy. He'd still be the speed guy there.
That's true.
But yeah, like I wish him the best, but I do believe that his career is probably over. Like
Agreed.
Especially if you want to leave. Like, and I don't think he's the kind of guy who's gonna want to end his career on this. But he's also the kind of guy that when he comes back, it may just be sad. And I don't want to see either. I don't want either one of them to happen.
Yeah.
But I think one of them has to happen.
No, I think that's likely. Yeah.
Darren Waller came back from the dead, and now he's tight end 1.
That first touchdown was insane.
Yeah, it was. Because Tua hung him out to dry.
Yeah, and that I also don't know. This was, and talked about this a little with the neighbor situation is, you can say like no Hill, boost to a chain, boost to Waddle a bit, but it's also like this offense, they were struggling to be efficient and move the ball as it was. I just don't know how good it's going to be going forward without Tyreek, because Tyreek, outside of week 1, has played well.
Yeah. Yeah, he
was cooking in this game. He was cooking the Patriots. Like,
he looked like somebody who might burn me in best ball. I was a little worried. Like I'm like, and even with that being said, I'm not happy he got hurt.
No, of course not. Like, but he was playing much better than expected.
Like I love watching a good Tyreek Hill. And shout out to the Dolphins and those uniforms. I love those uniforms. Remove the other uniforms and only use those, please. Like to me, they look so much better. I don't know if you agree or disagree.
I mean, they're fun uniforms. I don't know about the remove everything else, but yeah.
Rest of the season, Malik Washington, huge winner. Jalen Waddle, huge winner. Do we think that the offense kind of stymies? Or I do. I do too. Yeah. I think that Tyreek was what was opening other things up. Yeah. And I think that now, so it was the Jets defense who kind of made things happen in the second half. But for the Dolphins, it wasn't the Dolphins playing well. Achane, I thought that they were going to cook in the air, but he finally got a good rushing game going. It's been a while, and he looked really good again. This was what went through my mind. Tyreek Hill gets hurt, and as soon as Tyreek Hill is not on the sideline anymore, Mike McDaniel is like, all right, now that the guy who is yelling about that is out of the way, now I can start running Achane down the middle over and over again. I know that's not what happened, but in my mind, that's what I see. I'm like, it's just as soon as he goes, it was literally as soon as Tyreek was hurt. They're like, oh, let's just run Achane right up the middle.
Well, but I think that was it. Tyreek was cooking, and then it's like, all right, we have to do something different. Let's try this, and that was working, so they kept with it.
Yeah. All right. Are we ready to move on?
Yeah.
To the last game, the Cincinnati and Denver Broncos. This was as bad as we thought. This game was horrendous. I feel for Jake Browning. He's not good. His first full game, this is his second full game, but that Broncos defense was not letting up at all.
No.
And they were all over him, completely all over him the entire game. He never had a chance. Jamar Chase had 23 yards. And it was all just because Browning never had time. To me, this performance was less about Jake Browning and more about the Denver defensive line versus the offensive line. Browning wasn't good.
Yeah.
But he's relatively new to NFL football, and like he had no ability to even look at like a real like step back and go to a second read kind of thing. Like he never even really was able to run an offense because of how bad the offensive line got beat.
Yeah, I mean there's definitely part of that, and it is. He did play a lot 2 years ago, right? Like he played seven starts 2 years ago, so it's
Yeah,
not like he's totally new to football. I
true.
don't disagree. Like his first two full games, and one he came in against the Jags. Let's keep that
Yeah,
in mind.
yeah, and
Um,
people like everybody was expecting the Jags defense to be really bad this year. I don't think the masses have really figured out that the Jags defense is probably a top five.
yeah,
Like
yeah. No, I mean he's played tough defenses to start, but at the same time, I agree. Like the pass rush was relentless, all that, but you have to find a way to get when you have these skill guys, um, and not just Chase and Higgins, but even like you know Chase Brown and Gasecki and all this stuff. Like they were, and look, there are a ton of penalties on both sides. They just whoa. The, he played to not have the mistakes that he had the last 2 weeks, and that didn't help either because Broncos are basically scoring at will. Um, and I mean, look at the offensive differences: 500 some yards versus 170 ish.
speaking of the penalties though, like we didn't even touch on that on the Jets game, and that was literally what stopped the Jets on every drive. Like
Yeah,
it wasn't the Dolphins stopping the Jets; it was the Jets having
the Jets. Yeah,
insane amount of penalties. Like, and almost all of it was pre-snap penalties, like the most removable penalties of the game.
yeah,
Like most of them were those that just kept like destroying their drives.
yeah,
So, all right, back to this.
yeah. So I think my thing is like I feel bad for Jake Brownie. It's a tough thing, but how many other quarterbacks come in and don't have the weapons that he has? I know we can
True.
say the offensive line is not great, but Marcus Mariota played without the Washington number one receiver, without Eckler, without John. Like they were down more weapons than they had this past week. Same with the Jets when Tyrod Taylor was playing. Same with Carson. Carson Wentz, his first game. There was no Jordan Addison. There's no Aaron Jones. They went out and dominated this Bengals team. So, like, I don't know. I guess I look at it. There's a lot of teams I would kill for these weapons right now, even with this
Oh yeah,
offensive line. And I don't know. I think if you're the Bengals, especially, it's a weird situation because they're saying Burrow out 3 months or whatever. It's already been half a month, but it's if you can sneak into the playoffs, which as we talked about before, the AFC is wide open. Outside, like the Bills are locked. Probably at least two teams come from the West, but the wild card spots are generally open, I feel like,
yeah.
and even the division, it's not like the Steelers are clearly going to run away with it, and the Ravens are banged up. So if you find a way to sneak into the playoffs and you get Burrow back, I mean, we just know great things can happen. So do you go out and get a quarterback to try and at least steal some wins here?
Well, like the Russ stuff, like that's less likely now.
Yeah,
With Dart being kind of banged up, like I like the cousin stuff. Like I don't know. Like who do you get is the question. Like,
well, I think it's either that it's Russ or Winston if you can pry one of those away.
so
And
like the Winston contract is insanely positive for the Giants.
yeah,
Like it would. I don't know if the Bengals would be willing to like. I who would not love to see Jameis? Like I mean, if I were just to go for pure fun, I want Jameis Winston on the Bengals.
I mean, James Winston throwing to Chase and Higgins would be as fun as it gets.
Like I mean, that would be the most fun we could possibly have. Like,
And
And
speaking
like,
of backup quarterbacks, Jameis Winston shredded these Broncos last year coming in
yeah,
with the Browns. This is the Jerry Jeudy revenge game, but absolutely shredded them.
yeah, yeah, they really did. So yeah, I don't know which direction they would go, but like Jameis would make some sense. Um, and man, we're seeing a lot of backup quarterbacks getting like the whole super flex strategy that we talked about. Like, just take a random backup in the last
Yep.
round in every draft. Like, I didn't do it as often as I should have.
Yeah.
I did it a lot. I have like 7% Mariota, so I got some usable weeks there. I
Tyrod
have
had
like
usable week. Yeah.
Cooper Rush was a player that I mentioned to mix in. Uh, like I took zero Jake Browning though. Like
I
of
think I
all of
took
them,
him one time, but yeah, it just goes to show like
well, I didn't take
honestly,
any Chase. I took zero shares of Jamar Chase. I think.
yeah. Well, in Superflex, I mean
Yeah.
I think that's the right call. And even if not the Burrow injury doesn't happen,
No.
it's just
On,
we've talked about before. It's tough for a receiver
yeah.
to be worth it.
On underdog
Yeah,
on drafters, I did take some Jamar
slightly different.
Chase
Yeah.
because the scoring settings and everything.
Mhm.
But like, I mean, it's a beautiful thing now. So on to the Broncos. Like J.K. Dobbins, first 100-yard rusher for the Broncos, or for Sean Payton in
Yeah.
3 years, right?
Hmm.
Um, and R.J. Harvey got the touchdown.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a rushing touchdown; it was a receiving touchdown.
Hmm.
Um, so, like J.K. Dobbins played very well. Like, I mean, they just destroyed the Bengals defense.
Oh
Like,
yeah, and like
they just
Dobbins had at least one like 25-yard run that was called back to a hold. Like he
yeah,
was just shredding them.
yeah. Mims
And
had a touchdown run.
yeah, Bo Nix had his best game. He needed that.
Well, I was saying last night on my stream before the game that like if Bo Nix doesn't perform this week, like it's definitely not going to be against the Eagles next week. Like
Yeah.
he was playing without confidence. He needed to have a good game, and if he doesn't have it against the Bengals, I highly doubt that happens in week 5 against the Eagles. So uh, now I think that the Sean Payton offense does work in a way that I do think that it could create some good things against the Eagles.
I agree.
I don't think that they're going to win, but I do think that they can. Like, I kind of wonder if that game won't be a shootout of some sort. Like, two innovative, like if Bo Nix was playing with confidence and is actually hitting throws, I think it could be a kind of a shootout. And if he's not, I think it's going to be another very, very ugly Eagles game.
Yeah, one of the biggest things, Denver needs to clean up their penalties. They had a ton of penalties this game. That's not going to fly with the Eagles, no pun intended.
Speaking of flying with the Eagles, like what do you think about their Super Bowl rings?
I don't think I saw them.
They literally have a button on it that like wings come out.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah, fly Eagles fly. Fly.
So that's just the first half summary.
Yeah, I was
for the penalties.
Is it a head?
I think it's a head. Yeah.
So penalty.
I think it's down a little bit, slightly.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, 7. Yeah.
So
no, I mean it was a ton of penalties both sides, but Denver had a couple crucial ones, and on successful plays, like they would have a good play.
That game was hard to watch.
Yeah, so
like it really was, because it wasn't competitive, and the refs kept taking the spotlight.
Yeah,
and like those are just accepted penalties. By the way, like there was 18 accepted penalties.
Yeah,
there were multiple plays with more than one penalty on it.
Yes, yeah.
That some of them aren't even counted here, and some of them only one of them were counted.
Yep.
Some of them offset. So like, it was a very tough watch. not competitive, and just ref ball the whole time. So Evan Ingram looked okay coming back. That's positive. Cortland Sutton is just always the guy. He's just the guy. Like, that's all you can say about it. RJ Harvey, like I said that earlier, like we'll talk about, like it shows why he's a second round pick. Like to me, this shows why he should have been a third round pick. Like this is 4 weeks in a row now. Like I think he looks good and he's very explosive.
Yeah.
But like every time he's touched, it's like when I flick an ant. He just goes flying through the air like backwards. Like it's just he has like part of that's because like he's jumping before he gets hit for some reason. It's like almost like you know how that just makes it look worse than it was, and you're actually at like less injury risk if you get hit that way because your feet aren't even on the ground. It just looks bad and cool, right? But like it looks like when he gets hit, like he just goes flying through the air the opposite direction every time, and like I find it pretty hilarious to watch. But like when he gets a step, he's explosive. But he will never run through a tackle. Like I'm wondering when he finally runs through a tackle. You know, and I don't count like ankle tackles as running through a tackle. I know that the metrics show it, but I'm talking like actually get hit and bounce off of it.
Exactly.
And keep your balance and run downfield. Like I know he can do that. And when it happens, it'll be one of those where he gets low to the ground and like his center of gravity is better. Because like we've seen a little of that in college, not much, but he has that ability. But like I do think like that was like one of like in my eyes, like the only knock on him coming out was basically his size. Like he is explosive, but like he doesn't have very much power. But like if they scheme it up right, you don't need the power.
No, and I think they used him right in the passing game. I know they kind of forced him that touchdown there, but hey, that could also help his confidence going forward. This should be, I don't think it's going to be 16-14, but Dobbins should dominate the carries. Harvey more the passing work, get a few carries as well. And this was a very usable game for him. It was like 15 plus underdog points. So I mean it was a good week all around for the Broncos. Troy Franklin getting more snaps. Mims got more targets, but Franklin had that deep shot where Nix had him and he just dropped it.
Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and get finish this out. I see the Fanspeak Network is live as of 2 minutes ago, and if we can cut another 15 minutes off this week, that'd be fantastic. Down to 4 hours. And every week there'll probably be a little less on the usage side, and we'll just kind of talk through more of this. Like basically the usage stuff, it's like when somebody's hurt, go look at it and see what they did with the other players, kind of thing. So tell everybody what you have going on, and I'm going to drop the link to the Fanspeak whenever I finish.
Yeah, so right now we have Tyler and Spread breaking down the games this week. Tomorrow night will be DJ and Dads, Andrew and Justin, and then Thursday, Meg and I will be on in the afternoon for our DJ Power Hour before the Thursday night game. Friday, we will have Tyler come on to do the prop party in the afternoon, late afternoon, and then that night will be the DJ and Dads. Tomorrow night, DJ and Dads will do like the BRs. Friday is when they go over like more props and stuff like that.
Copy. We got so for me, I'll be live tomorrow, 4 p.m. normal time. Probably just do a few drafts and stuff. And then tomorrow night, I reached out to Candyman. And so we're going to remove the Sunday show that I do with Hartman. And I talked to Hartman about it. We're going to move to Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. And instead of being a before the game show, we're going to do a week by week slate breakdown for the main slate.
Nice.
And we're going to do that at tomorrow night, 9 p.m. We're going to rotate channels. First week will be on Candyman's channel. I will drop that information tomorrow in the chat afterwards. But thanks everybody for coming out. Sorry it took 4 hours, but I'm not sorry because I had a good time. Hope everybody has a great day. See some of you over in Fanspeak Network. Peace.